Yeah, yeah. Coming back right at your ass live and in full effect. It's the late night show with your host with the most. Gunsmoke the Dawn. Come on. Yeah. You know what time it is, boy. You know what you done got yourself into now. Yeah. All right. I see you, boy. I see you. Come on. Throw your money in the sky. Wave your rollies to the side. Come on. Yeah. You know where we coming from. The west side. Where the G's ride. You know what time it is. Your death row style for your ass. Yeah. Becky Town, thank you. What up, Angelo? Wee! Oh yeah. We about to go wee real soon, boy. It's gonna be heating up next week. Summertime is about to be in full effect. Is you ready? Is you ready? I can't hear you. Is you ready? What up, Daniel Berry? Templar. Mickey Boy. Mickey Boy. Paradiso. Fat Bowl Italian. All right. Yeah. Come on. I love this beat, man. I love this fucking beat. So West Coast. Death Row style. All right. Well, thank you for being here. My loyal crew, my peoples, my flan. Yeah. What the hell's all this purple shit in here? What the hell is this? What is this? Something new? Have I been attacked? What is this shit? What's this purple shit in my check? What happened to my shit? We're under attack, goddammit. Don't you understand? We're under attack. What is that in my check? What up, Terrence? Good to see you, Terrence. My man. Yo, what the hell is this, man? Somebody explain this to me right now. What, they delete my memberships? What is this? I'm going to sue. We're going to sue. Think on this one, Burger Boy. What up, Carlos? Community leadership points. Now, if that doesn't sound woke, I don't know what does. Community leadership points. Where did they come up with this shit? What boardroom meeting did they have? Some friggin' California high-rise somewhere. And they came up with this shit. You know what's really going to help our multi-million-dollar business? Not giving content creators more bang for their buck. Not showing less commercials. No. We're going to give them community leadership shit. Let's take away their membership accolades. Let's just call them community leaders. Real woke community leaders. We gotta fight back against the anti-woke. We like woke. We want woke to stay. Let's encourage everybody to be a community leader. Get out there and go plant a tree somewhere. Go paint a rainbow flag at an intersection somewhere where kids play, you know. So they can ask questions about, what's that, mommy? and you have to explain the sick perversion of. Forget it. Anyway, I don't like this new feature here. I don't like community leaders. What up, Common Sense? My man, right on time. All right, yo, Gunsmoke, can you stop the music, please? All right. It played too long, I know. I'm sorry. What up, NCO7? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing all right. Shouts to Otis, man. Yeah, shouts to Otis, man. Common wants the link. Did he say that? We're going to drop the link anyway, whether he wants it or not. We're going to drop that link. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Bermuda, Bahama. You voted for Barack Obama, Bermuda, Bahama. Oh, I want to take you back to Mexico. You snuck in this country a long time ago. That's where you gonna go. No, I don't. I don't, Carlos. Unfortunately, no. I never did. If I had the makings of a varsity athlete, I wouldn't be here right now. All right? I'd be sleeping somewhere in my condo in Toledo, getting ready for the next game. I'd be on the New York Knicks choking in Game 5, like the Knicks always do. Would they win one championship in almost 80 years? They've been around since what, 1946? They won one game in 76 and haven't won jack shit since. Yeah. I could have been, if I had the makings of a varsity athlete, I would have been on the Knicks. Oh, hold on. Never mind. Yo.
Yo.
What's up,
Big
man?
Smoke.
Yo.
Big Smoke in the building, man. Late
That's
night.
right, man. What up, Colin?
Yeah, what's right, man? What's going on, man? What's up? What's up, chat? What's cooking?
Going on? What's the deal, yo?
Nah, not much, man. Just getting in, man. Getting in the house for the night, man. Relaxing. Seeing you was on. Forgot popping.
Yeah. Talking
Do
like
some
that
bullshit.
reminded me, Adam 22 fired one of his employees today.
Who's that?
I don't know if you know this guy, Almighty something. He got into a fight. He spit on somebody, and then he pulled out a knife on set.
For real?
Yeah,
The hell?
he's been known to do this. So I guess Adam 22 finally had some sense and said, "You know what? The FBI is watching everything. Maybe I should just fire this guy." So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Where's
Oh,
he
look
from?
at this! Another surprise.
Who's that?
What's up?
What up,
Oh,
Howie?
Howie. What up, man?
What's up, Common? What's up, Gunsmoke? What's going on?
Ain't shit.
What's up, brother?
Hello to
Nah,
everybody
chilling.
in the chat. What's
Shit.
Yeah, what up?
yeah. Well, I mean, Jeffy Pate has been looking for a response, so I figured I'd come on and give him a response.
Pay who? What?
Oh, the wig.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was
the wig.
I was actually just watching. I was watching Eric's show from earlier and shit. He was talking about something. The dude did the video on Gene Gotti or whatever,
Yeah.
or the
Yeah, being the
update thing he
boss.
did. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
god, this guy is a fucking real asshole. Gunsmoke.
Oh, I didn't get to talk to you guys about this. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Found out last night that he said Gene Gotti is the new boss of the Gambinos.
Yeah. Evidently, anything you need to know, all you do is call Jeff.
He's got the inside scoop.
I guess the Fed should be calling him for the fucking information because he knows better than them, huh? I don't even think those guys know about this information yet. I don't even think the guys in the Gambino family have heard about this yet, to be honest with you.
Shit. I like to think that he's boss. I don't know
That's
why.
not
Why?
boss, man.
Why?
Because he did like 30 years, you know.
That
His
doesn't
brother
mean
was the
nothing.
boss.
That doesn't mean anything.
Gunsmoke.
Doesn't he come home and say, you know what, he's entitled to something?
Well, we didn't get the. I guess
don't work like that.
I guess it doesn't work like that first, but I guess I guess we didn't talk. When did this happen? This interview? I just saw it a little while ago. When did he do that? Today?
I haven't watched it myself. It must have been yesterday or the day before because I heard about it last night in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
What interview are you talking about?
No, the show Nadu did.
I think it
When
was
was that from?
day before yesterday or yesterday, something like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I guess you guys haven't talked about it yet or whatever. But I just saw it. So, guys, let me ask you a question.
Shoot.
And Nadu, you should grab the link. Maybe you can answer some questions. We could have a conversation on here. Be some entertainment for the folks. Maybe you can answer some questions that I have for you. To
Yeah,
be fair, open floor.
come on down.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many people in the Gambino family, Gunsmoke, do you think have done over 10, 15, 20 years in prison?
A lot.
Exactly. What makes him special?
Well, his brother, and then his other brother.
He died 25 years ago.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he just feels entitled to it. My brother and my other brother, and then my
So
nephew.
So how come Johnny Carnig isn't the boss then? He did 30
And then
fucking years ago.
also, that's true. But also, I think Frank said,
Is he the underboss?
No, because Gene was tight with Nicky Carrazzo, and maybe Carrazzo wanted to.
No, they weren't.
No?
They hate each other.
Well, he said Howie would know more than anybody, so.
Nicky Carrazzo fucking beat John Gotti with a fucking payphone. Him and the guys that were gonna kill him. He jumped out a fucking window at a fucking club one night.
Yeah.
Listen, how do I explain this? I'm not gonna say that Nikki never liked Gene because I don't know that for sure.
No, I meant John, but yeah, go ahead.
But as far as like him owing anything to Gene, absolutely not.
Yeah. What about
there was
acting?
Yeah, I'll bring this up too. You guys remember when Frank Cali got murdered, right? Back in what, 2000 and was it 19 maybe?
19,
like 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So in 2019, when Frank Cali got murdered, there was reports or suspecting him that he was the acting boss or acting street boss at the time of his death. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. If you recall, the day after Frank Cali got murdered, there was two guys that got caught on, I don't know if it was a wiretap or recording, whatever the situation was. There was one guy named Andrew Campos, and the other guy's name was Vincent. I think it was Vincent Fiore, right? Now, Andrew Campos was a high-ranking member in the Gambino family. He I believe he was a captain or high-ranking capo, who came up under John Gotti Sr. when he was boss. These guys were big fucking earners and shit, involved in, multi-billion-dollar fucking frauds and schemes and shit like that. Okay? When Frank Cali gets murdered the day after, Andrew Campos gets caught talking to his ex-wife and Vincent Fiore about what a good thing it is that Frank Cali just got killed, because that means that there's a door open for them to move up in that life and get more power in the fucking family. Okay? This is how people in the street think. They don't think because a guy's dead that, oh, this is a bad thing, we got to figure out. They think, oh, this means that there's a fucking spot that's opened up for fucking me. You think that guys that get into that position in the administration of a family, whether it's consigliere, underboss, or boss, just get to that spot and then say, oh, you know what, let me just hand it over. This guy did fucking 30 years in the can. They're all expected to fucking do that. That don't fucking mean shit to none of these people.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck about that. These guys, the day after Frank Cali gets murdered, this is allegedly the acting fucking street boss, if not, the acting boss for Italian Dom gets killed, and they're on the fucking phone talking to fucking other people about what a good thing it is for certain guys that should get elevated and move up and take that power over that he had in the family. That's insight into how these people think.
I don't even think it's a good thing for him to take the boss position. I mean, he's begging to go back to jail one day. What's he going to get, like a 3-year run?
But the way Jeff Nadeau says it is that he came out and he stamped his feet and he took the boss position. Now, what
Ridiculous.
What was he gonna do? Either way, like what were they gonna go meet in the fucking park and duke it out? There's no more fucking murders.
You're gonna kill a couple people.
What fear do they have to have of anyone coming out of prison?
Yeah, what's Gene gonna do? Put a hit team together and kill them all? Like they did Castellano? You think that was going to happen?
I mean, Gene's been locked up 30 years, so he's stuck in the 80s. He didn't.
That don't
Listen,
matter, bro.
let
Who's
me
gonna
make
kill
let
these
me make
He
this
guys?
doesn't
clear.
understand the world, huh?
Let me make this clear.
Hmm.
And unlike Jeff Nadeau, this is my opinion because I don't know what the fuck is going on in the Gambino family. How would I? I'm not fucking on the street anymore. This is strictly my opinion. Okay, unlike fucking Jeff, who says he knows for a fact. Okay, I hear people saying things too, Jeff, from the street. Okay, but I'd never fucking tell anyone I know for a fact based on something I heard from a guy who's out there. Unless I heard it from somebody really, really high up. Um, Gene is a well respected guy. He did his time like a man. He was always liked, even when he was out on the street. He was always the more friendly, the more well liked out of the two, John and Gene. I heard he was a funny guy. And he was down to earth, and he's just a highly respected guy. And if they were to give him the boss spot, he definitely deserves it. Um,
I
but
agree.
just based on what I know, and I know how these guys think, these guys have worked all their lives, have all done fucking prison time,
Hmm.
okay, working their way up the ladder. Once they get to that spot to just fucking step aside and give it to Gene Gotti because his brother was John Gotti, I don't think so.
Makes no sense. It literally makes
Just
no
like
sense.
just like Common said, they don't think that way. They look at they you know, they're always looking at what they can do to fucking open up the doors, clipping people, people dying, like the guy Campo said, oh wow, we lucked out. Fucking Cali died.
Hmm. He literally got caught on the wire saying it was a good thing.
And these positions, okay, have been fucking switching around street boss, acting boss, official boss for fucking since the fucking late 90s, early 2000s. You got at one time fucking Anthony Mangali from Connecticut was touted as the boss. Arnold Squitieri was touted at the boss as the boss. And if you look at the time periods of all of these guys being acting boss or whatever, it's only like fucking 3 years, 2 3 years, because people are getting pinched in between. The whole fucking everyone's getting shuffled around. Nobody, how the fuck would anybody know? Exactly who was what for the last fucking 20, 30 years.
Well,
When I
now
left the
that now
street,
that
wait. When I
yeah.
left the street, when I left the street, and this you can take to the bank. This is not an opinion. This is fact. When I left the street, Bobby Vinays, John Gambino, and Danny Marino were the ruling panel. So that meant
Hmm.
there was no street boss, underboss, or there was just a consigliere. Jojo was always the consigliere. But what I'm saying is and Jojo was in jail at the time when the ruling panel was Bobby, John, and Danny. So that meant Jojo, was taking a break from his duties because now they have a ruling panel because these guys were out in the street. Okay, that for a fact I know. So whatever happened after that, I mean, I could only go by speculation and trying to decipher, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. But in the end, everything after when I left the street is just my opinion, and I believe I have good opinions.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that but during that whole time, you got to remember too that Senior was still alive up until what, when he died, 01 or 02, something like that. And then Pete Gotti took over. He went from acting boss to official boss when Senior passes away. So when Peter Gotti is in, he's still going to be the official boss. So the guys that are out on the streets are acting, and they got a ruling panel that are taking care of the family together. But once Peter Gotti dies, when did he die? In 2000, what, like 9 or something around then?
Who?
When did
Peter
Pete pass
Gotti.
away?
Pete? Shit. Let me see.
2009, 10, 11, something like that. Because Jackie D'Amico allegedly was his acting street boss when Peter was locked up.
Yeah, he was like street boss for like 2 years, right?
Yeah, he got arrested, I think, in like 2010 or 2011.
11,
And
I think.
that's when, and that's when Italian Dom allegedly took over the family.
Well,
I think he went to prison and got sentenced. So what he did is that he had Frank Cali, who was his underboss, and Lorenzo Menino, I believe, was a consigliere, or vice versa, was the acting, street boss for him at the time, because he was kind of like just behind the scenes, kind of like what Barney Belomo did, or what the Chin did when he put Tony Salerno up front, or what Joey Merlino allegedly did with Ralph Natali, where they had a front boss basically, while the real boss was behind the scenes calling the shots. And this was documented. There was a guy, I forget his name. I think his last name, somebody would have to look it up real quick, but I think his name was like Stefanelli or something. The guy wound up killing himself, committing suicide and shit. He was wearing a wire, and he took a trip or something like that with Frank Cali's uncle. What was it? Who was that? How? Gambino. That was his name? Joe.
John Gambino?
John Gambino. Yeah, that's Frank Cali's uncle. Yeah. John
Right.
Gambino gets caught on wire with the guy Stefanelli, who's wearing a wire to go down to Philly to meet up with Joe LaGambia in New Jersey. And he's introducing him as the family's acting street boss, basically, which is Frank Cali's uncle. That was in 2011, I think.
Right.
So ask yourself, what is the only reason why somebody who's a boss is no longer the official boss of a family? There's only one or two things happen. Either the guy gets murdered and gets killed, or he's in like a prison hospital and he gets cancer and he's sick or something, he can't do it anymore, he gets life in prison, and whether or not he holds his position as official boss, somebody out on the street is going to have to take over and replace him as acting boss or street boss, right? So who died, went to prison, or got life that would open up the spot for Gene Gotti to come over and take over the family as boss? Who was it?
No one.
Nobody. So you're gonna tell me that the boss of the family just stepped to the side and what do you do? Fucking shelve himself or demoted himself to soldier and just handed him the fucking reins and said, have fun, dude? I don't. Who the fuck would do that? I don't know anybody.
And when people say like the Sicilian faction has got the power and stuff like that, that doesn't mean that they're fucking shitting on guys like Nicky Carrazzo and everyone else who meant anything to the family. That means that these guys were voted in as Cefalu was voted in as boss, and it just means that there's not as a Sicilian guy as boss, so that that will automatically give the Sicilian faction a little more strength, but that doesn't mean that they have any more strength over the American faction.
Oh, that's funny. Did you hear that part? Did you watch the show Smoke or no?
No, I didn't get to watch it. I just heard about it last night.
Oh, because you just brought up Nicky Carrazzo, right, Hal?
Yeah.
And he said on the show, he says that according to his source, Nadu says, according to his source, and he's researched this and he's reporting on it, and his source told him, as a matter of fact, that Gene Gotti is the official boss of the Gambino family, right? This is what he says. And then right after that statement, he says that, and allegedly some people are saying that they believe that Nicky Carrazzo was underboss, or possibly Lenny DiMaria was the underboss, but he can't confirm it, and he doesn't know for sure whether or not either one of them is the actual underboss to Gene Gotti right now. Well, wait, so hold on, let me get this straight. You got a source, or sources, he claims, right, that are in the know, that are telling him that Gene Gotti's the boss, but they can't confirm and tell him who the fucking underboss is?
Well, they were saying last night it would have to be a Carrazzo, right?
No, but my point is that on the show, he said that his source confirmed 100% that Gene Gotti is the official boss of the family, but he can't confirm or tell you for sure who the underboss is. If your source knows Gene Gotti's the boss, how do they not know who the fucking underboss is? Because the only person that could tell you who the boss of a family is somebody in that family, right or wrong. Which would mean that he's claiming that he's either speaking to somebody else who's a made member in another family that was introduced to him as the boss, or he's talking to somebody in the Gambino family that's telling him, as a matter of fact, this is our boss. So then how come they don't know who the underboss is?
Well, it's coming from somewhere.
But
Somebody's.
my point is not
Yeah.
coming from nowhere. This is him talking out of his ass, bro. That's my point.
Maybe
He's
it's
talking
somebody
out
that's
of his
fucking with him.
asshole.
Maybe it could be somebody that's fucking
I-
with him. Give him
Absolutely.
I would think I
just
would
to
bet
have
you
fun, like to joke around with the guys at the social club, whatever. Just fuck
I
around.
would bet you my left balls, bro. He might think that he's talking to some guy in the street that he thinks is the main guy that he's talking to that's yanking his fucking chain, bro. That he
Could be
probably
a
fucking
troll.
believes it.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, man. The story doesn't make sense, man. You can't tell me that you got a guy that's telling you 100% that Gene Gotti's the official boss, and then the statement afterwards says, but you don't know who the underboss is. How come your guy don't know who the underboss is then? That makes no sense, man. That's like me telling you, I know for a fact Donald Trump's the president, but I don't know who the vice president is. But I'm in the fucking the cabinet at the White House, but I can't tell you that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are you talking about right now? What is it? You know or you don't know?
Then he dismisses Lou Valerio as being this old guy, like 82 years old, this old guy. And I'm not sure exactly what he said, but like he kind of like dismissed the guy in a way. But meanwhile, Nicky Carrazzo's older than Lou Valerio, and fucking Gene Gotti is about the same age as Lou Valerio.
I think they're all in their 80s.
Yeah, they were all in their 80s.
You mean Big
I
Lou
heard that.
Valerio? That was part of Sammy's crew originally.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said something along the lines of, yeah, he's 80 something years old or whatever. Well, Gene, I think,
82.
is like 80. Yeah, I think Gene's like 80 or 81 right now, isn't he?
Something like that, yeah.
I think he was born in like 41 or something around there.
And Nick is like, I don't know, 83, 84, something like that. JoJo died, he was 82, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Nicky's a year older.
Nicky's older. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The whole thing makes no sense to me. I was listening to it and I'm just like, man, this guy really just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He don't know if he's coming or going, man. And I just honestly think he's so like mad or upset that we just questioned him and said that we just don't agree with what he's saying and shit, that he's going to like whatever extent he can now to try to, prove that he's fucking right about this shit. And it's just, he's making an even bigger asshole out of himself than he was before. Instead of just saying, that was his opinion or whatever. Now he's cementing it, saying sources are telling him the shit. And first of all, why are you? I don't know why you would even want to be on here putting people in that position to say that this guy's the official boss of the family and putting that on him when this is what you do, knowing people are tuned in and watched in or whatever. And then why would you put whoever told you this information in jeopardy? Because people are gonna want to know who the fuck told this guy this shit. You know what type of position you just put somebody in if that is true, that somebody actually was telling you and giving you this fucking information? What's gonna happen to that guy? It ain't gonna be good.
Gene Gotti is 79. Nicky is 85. Big Louie is 82. He just looked. What up, Ducks?
I don't think Nicky is 85.
These years are passing by.
The most I would say is 84.
And let's be clear here.
I could be wrong.
Gene didn't go away he wasn't a part of the Windows case, right? That was Pete.
No,
that wasn't that was what's his name was already gone by then.
Oh,
Gene. He was already
Gene went away in the 80s
for H.
Yeah, he went away in the 80s. Shit. The Windows case with Peter Gotti, that was in like the early 2000s, man. That was like
Windows
02,
thing?
03.
No, I thought that was in the early 90s.
No, Pete Gotti, what he went away for? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, early 90s. John didn't get sentenced till 92.
Yeah, John went away in 92.
The Windows case? I don't know. Maybe we're talking about different shit here. When they had all the windows for the project buildings and shit that they installed.
What's your point?
No, they're saying in the chat that because he asked them in the chat, like, what is he the one? Was Gene the one that was involved with the
no
Windows shit?
No.
Yeah,
no, that's not him.
Nicky was born in
and you gotta understand another thing too is like somebody just doesn't come out and fucking claim he's the boss. All the captains and people in high regard have to agree to that shit. Like, back in the day, the way it was is all the captains had to vote. When somebody was, it's
Gonna
like
take over to be boss. Yeah. Hmm.
politics.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
like
how
just
Gotti became boss. They allegedly had to vote at a meeting within the family's captains and shit. They had to vote on it. Yeah.
right to make it official.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been gone 30 years, so are these captains nowadays old enough to remember Gene, like to have an affection for him to make him boss? Because he would have to be
A
much
lot of
respected to
a
become a
lot
boss.
a lot of these guys weren't even made when fucking Gene went away. You're talking about in the 80s he went away. I mean, you're talking about these other guys are in their like 50s, 60. They were 20 years old when this guy went away. They don't even fucking probably know him. Or they knew him just by, name or face, being around coming up and shit like that. Like guys like Lorenzo Menino, Frank Cali, and all those guys, like they were young guys when this guy fucking went away. He went away in what, 88, I think?
Yeah, around 89, 88.
It's 2025, man.
Yeah.
Fucking 40 years ago. And that's the thing, like, he's basing this whole thing on. I mean, he made some asinine comment saying that, Gene Gotti went over to this funeral. Don't tell me that he went there because it was a friend of his. He went there to show force with his guy in Queens to let him know that, he is the boss of the fucking family. What, he needed to go to a funeral for the people in the Gambino family to know he's the fucking boss?
And besides that, what
What
kind of
the fuck?
what kind of strength are you showing? They don't fucking murder anybody no more. What were they gonna fucking duke it out in the school park? Take over the family? Gang fight?
That's what I just don't understand. I don't get it, man.
And like what Common said, the last thing Gene Gotti wants to do is go to a fucking funeral and declare he's the boss when all the feds are sitting right outside.
Taking pictures and videos, yeah. And he said, no, I don't remember in this last thing that he said, but remember the first show that he did, he said right after that Gene went there to show a force that uh other bosses and other families don't even go to wakes or funerals or any of these things because they don't want the feds to be taking pictures and putting them in that spot because it's going to put them in a bad spot. Then why the fuck would Gene do it?
I'd like to know if all these other guys went to that funeral. Cefalu, Menino, and others.
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I just know that Noel Modica that passed away, whose funeral that he went to?
Right.
That was literally a fucking childhood friend of theirs. The whole families. They've known him since the fucking like 40s, 50s. They've known the guy for fucking 70 years.
Yeah.
This
My
wasn't
point.
just it wasn't like it wasn't like the previous, boss or underboss or something, died and passed away and he was there to take over the fucking top spot. It was a fucking friend of his. It's so weird. The kid's fucking weird,
And
man. He's a
my
strange
point
kid.
my point is if Cefalu didn't show up to the funeral, then that would fucking definitely tell you he's the boss. Because if he didn't show up to the funeral and he wasn't the boss, that could be a fucking issue, a sign of disrespect.
Yeah, a slap in the face to them, yeah. Mm-hmm. And if he was the boss and he didn't go, they would understand because fucking they wouldn't want him basically doing exactly what Nadu said Gene is doing, putting himself on Front Street, so to speak. Those were his words.
All Nadu is trying to do right now is prove all everyone who has a different opinion on what he
Is
says
wrong. Yeah.
wrong. And
Yeah.
he'll say and do whatever he's got to do to make himself look right. And if any of this shit, there's always a chance of fucking later on down the line, things do change and people do come up and fill in these positions, and you don't know what's gonna happen, and let's say fucking 2-3 years from now, Gene finally got a position in the administration. Now you're gonna claim that you were right all the time. The one,
Oh, yeah, he'll definitely try that without a doubt. Which, yeah, that's a
Jaguar
good
Wright
point too.
used to do that shit too. She was right about one
right?
fucking thing. Now she's right about everything.
About
Jaguar Wright.
everything, yeah, exactly. Yeah, in 5 years from now, if it comes out that Cefalu passes away and fucking Menino gets killed, God forbid, or something, and Gene, they say Gene's the boss of the Gambino family, but it doesn't say when. He could have just done it yesterday or this week. He's gonna say that he was right the whole fucking time. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's gonna. You guys remember right after or shortly, I don't know if it was shortly before. I think it was shortly before. There was a big article that talked about Ernie Grillo, right? That was originally shelved when Gotti and them was boss, and he got taken off of the shelf when the Sicilians took back control of the family, right? And I think like 2011 around that time, right before right before Frank Cali had gotten killed, uh Ernie Grillo went out and met with the Sicilian faction in Palermo in Sicily out there. I think he was on a trip. He brought his daughter and some other guys, and they met out in Palermo in Sicily, right? And the Italian. This wasn't Jerry Capici reporting this. This wasn't American fucking news. This was the Italian news that reported this. That their investigators and their authorities and organized crime people out in Italy reported that Ernie Grillo was meeting with high-ranking Sicilian mob bosses in Palermo in Sicily, okay? Saying that he was basically the liaison between the Sicilian faction in Sicily with the Inzarillos and Cali's family, because he's related to that family out there, and that he was a direct liaison with the Gambino family with the Sicilians since they have power now, right? And they reported on this right after Frank Cali's murder. The same guy that Ernie Grillo met out in Palermo, Sicily, flew to the United States to meet up with Ernie Grillo and two other people to speak to them about the murder of Frank Cali and trying to figure out what was going on and whether or not this was an internal hit within the family and if there was going to be issues or not, because they have some big drug like networking, like cocaine trafficking, heroin trafficking thing that they were working on or whatever. And they were worried that it was going to be causing problems in the family and shit like that. And they wanted to make sure that everything was smoothed out and there was no internal beefs or anything between the Italian American factions in the family and the Sicilian factions in the zip, so to speak, right? So that was back in 2019. So obviously in 2019, when Frank Cali was reported to be the acting boss or street boss, they all reported, the Italian authorities reported it, and the New York Times, Jerry Capici, all of them, including the feds and multiple cooperators, saying that Italian Dom Cephalou was the fucking official boss of the family. Frank Cali was the acting boss. He was the underboss. He wasn't the official boss. He was acting as the street boss for Cephalou. And Lorenzo Menino was in charge of the Brooklyn and the younger guys and shit for Frank Cali as his consigliere, right? So if Frank Cali's gone, Lorenzo Menino moves up to underboss or acting boss or street boss for Cephalou, because Cephalou was on paper at that time. I think he picked up like an extortion beef or something right around that time that they were out. So these guys are all still out on the street. They're all alive and well and shit. How would Gene coming home kick these guys out of their spots in the fucking family and shit? I don't. What's the explanation for that? If he has sources that are telling him that Gene's the boss, then what are these other guys? What's their positions now? They got demoted to what? Soldiers, captains? I mean, what? How does that happen?
Well, I was thinking that maybe what's his name? Richard gets a kick up, right? Isn't Richard in the mob too over there?
What Richard?
Richard Gotti, boy.
He's shelved. The son, you mean?
No. The uncle, the motherfucker.
Gene and
He's
John's
shelved.
brother. He's shelved.
He's shelved.
Yeah, he got
Maybe he
shelved a
gets
long time
unshelved.
ago.
Maybe he gets unshelved now.
No. He ain't get unshelved. He got shelved by them.
All right, so let's break this down.
And besides
That would mean
that,
nothing.
besides that, it was the Carrazos who put Cephalou in the position that he's at.
Yes.
So what do you think? Fucking Gene is gonna just tell fucking Cephalou to step aside, and Nikki's gonna be all right with that? Doesn't
Never.
make sense.
Were the Carrazos
And JoJo-
Sicilians? No, right?
No, the Carrazos.
No.
Listen, the Carrazos they created they extended an olive branch to the Sicilians and made them play more of an important role in the family dealings, because
They wanted to go back to the old school ways, quiet ways.
exactly.
Yes. They didn't want that John God. They didn't want that Gotti shit being headlines and flashing and shit like that. They wanted to go back to under the radar.
Right. So, it was the Carrazos who gave the Sicilians
power.
a jump start
Yeah.
in a sense.
And don't forget when remember when Junior did that last interview with Patrick Bet-David, and he was talking about how he reached out to Arnold Zeke Scuteri and Joe Arcuri. Why do you think he was reaching out to them, as he claims, in 2005, which we know is not true anyways? But the reason he was saying that is because at that time those were the guys who were in power of the family at that time. This is all detailed and documented in court records and testimony from multiple Gambino family members who cooperated with law enforcement. There's wiretaps and testimony from these people saying that this guy's the boss, this guy's the underboss. Mikey Scars came in and told you Jojo Carrazzo was the consigliere. Nicky Carrazzo was most likely the underboss or part of the ruling family at the time, like Howie said when he was out on the streets. Bobby Vernace, Danny Marino, and who was the other guy, How? That was on that, what'd you say?
John Gambino?
John Gambino, yeah, which is Frank Cali's uncle. We're part of the ruling panel in that family and shit. That was because Peter was still alive. When those guys passed away, that's when you get a new boss because the guy's dead. He's no longer the official boss. You're the boss until you're dead, basically. You see it every Vica Musso is still the official boss of the Lucchese family. Carmine Persico was still the official boss of the Colombo family, but they all had to have an acting boss or a street boss. I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't even know if Nadu knows the difference between an official boss, an acting boss, and a street boss. I bet you he doesn't even know the difference, to be honest with you. I'm just being real.
So let's break it down. What's the likelihood, percentage-wise, of Gene becoming the boss right now?
The official boss,
or even acting. But let's say, yeah, okay,
zero.
let's say, zero. Come on,
Zero.
Not even 10% chance.
Dude, you have to remember, Quiet Dom Cephalou is the boss. Has been the official boss since at least 2000 and I think 15 on record, based on cooperators, people that got caught on wiretaps, and other informants that have come forward and spoken about it. There's articles. Capicci's written about it. The New York Times has written about it. Multiple people have said this. The whole hierarchy of the family is all documented by the government. These guys have so many informants and cooperators, not just in the Gambino family, in all 5 fucking families and shit. They would know in 2 seconds who the fucking boss is. When a guy gets made, they know that day. You don't think that they know this? It would be good. Capicci would be writing articles about this shit all the fucking time. How come nobody else is speaking about this but Jeff? Jeff has better sources and information than Capicci does, than the feds do? I'm sorry, I don't buy it. You think that that's true?
Well,
honestly,
if you want to be a Wikipedia boy, they're saying Cephalou is the boss.
He is the boss. It's a document. It's a known fact. He's the boss. Frank Cali was the acting boss for him, and Lorenzo Menino was the street boss for fucking Cali and Cephalou.
Bobby Vernace was the liaison for the Carrazzos with the Sicilian faction. Okay.
Yes.
Then they all got pinched like around 2008. That's why they had to make the ruling panel.
Yeah, the operational
Jojo was locked up. I believe Nicky got locked up as well, and Cephalou was locked up.
Lenny Di Maria too, right? The operational bridge.
Yeah, right.
All of them got nailed.
Yeah, so this is all coordinated. The Sicilian faction didn't take over the family. If you have a Sicilian as a boss, and you got another Sicilian as the street boss, yeah, then you have to say that the Sicilians got a little bit more power than everyone else. But it's not like how you think power. You know what I'm saying? Like, the guy who's always got the boss's ear is always going to have a little, advantage over everyone else.
Right. It's not like they're telling fucking, Gene he's a crumb to go pick up their fucking laundry and pick up some betting slips somewhere. They're not. What do you think their boss? Because he made a comment something along the lines of Mikey Scars even said on his show or on one of his things that Gene Gotti would never get taken orders to be bossed around by a guy like Lorenzo Menino. Bull fucking shit. If Lorenzo Menino's the fucking underboss or acting boss for Quiet Dom, he's gonna be listening to what the fuck that guy says. That's how the shit works.
Well, they're saying he's street boss / consigliere.
Who is?
Menino. And Di Maria, Lenny Di Maria is the underboss.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Quiet Dom is the official boss. Lenny Di Maria or Nicky Carrazzo, one of the two, is the alleged underboss right now, and Lorenzo Menino is the consigliere, allegedly. Possibly even Nicky might be consigliere. He took over the spot for Jojo when Jojo passed away from his brother. All right, so hear me out. Yeah. Hear me out. You're going to tell me that Mikey Scars said that Gene Gotti isn't going to take orders or listen to anything that a guy like Lorenzo Menino says. If he's the underboss or consigliere of the family, yes, the fuck he is going to take them orders, because them are coming from the fucking boss, dude. He's going to tell the boss what to fucking do? Come on. Seriously. Think about it.
Yeah.
Shit.
You're only as good in that life as your relationship is with the fucking boss. If you're not on good terms with the fucking boss of the family, regardless, the guy's 80 something years old. It's not like he's out on the streets fucking pulling off jobs and fucking coordinating fucking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand what they think that he's doing exactly. I just don't get it.
Yeah. I feel like the Carrazos, they had a plan, and they extended the olive branch to the Sicilians, and Bobby Vinays was the liaison. They had a plan. They weren't gonna put these guys into the positions that they got to without you know thinking
Securing
it through,
themselves.
like listen.
And they're securing their own positions in that family by
Right.
having that power vacuum with them. You know what I mean? They're helping themselves out.
Exactly. Right. I
Yeah.
mean, what does Chad D say?
In
Yeah,
January.
listen,
Yeah.
the Carrazos have been around, and if they weren't up front, they were in the background pulling strings. Okay,
100%.
but listen, this is just my opinion. I can't say I know any of this. For the only thing I can say I know for a fact was from 2008 back 2009.
But the thing that you also can say for a fact is that you know how this shit works. This kid doesn't. I don't
Right.
mean this. I
Yeah.
don't mean to say it like that, but the facts are the facts, and it is what it is. When it comes to street smarts, or no
He's
pun
at
intended, street common sense, he has zero, man. Because
he,
he ain't from the street, man. He reads
he's
books
at
and articles. That's it.
he's acting like if you ain't the boss, underboss, or consigliere, you're
You ain't shit.
nobody. Right.
Yeah, you ain't shit. It don't work like that, man.
Don't work like that. No.
Look at. I'll give you an example. Look at a guy like Joe Watts. He ain't even a fucking made guy, dude. But you know what? He had the boss's ear. He was directly with these guys. He had just as much power, if not a lot of the other soldiers and other captains in
Right.
the family at that time.
When you have the bosses here, you got a lot of
You're
fucking
good.
power.
Exactly. So you're gonna tell me that Gene just came in because he did this time and he's owed fucking this because he did 30 years. That's what you're supposed to do in that life. You get your time, you take it, you eat it, and you come home and remain, keep things moving. When Gene went away, he got busted down to soldier.
Yeah. Right.
Guy was off the
So
streets for 30 years.
so
Most
no.
of the people that he came up with were all locked up or dead at this time. So who the fuck, where's his crew at? Johnny Carnig did 30 years. Who's he then? Nobody either? By Jeff's definition, he should be underboss with Gene then, no? He did 30 years too. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It makes no sense.
Yeah. By Jeff's definition, is just because your last name is Gotti, you can fucking tell everyone what to do.
And how much love was lost when John fucking went away or passed away and shit. You don't think that those guys had the same conversation that Andrew Campos and Vincent Fiore did the day after Frank Cali, the alleged acting boss and underboss of the family, did when they died, and they said, "Oh, this will be a good thing for us. We'll be able to move up and get more power in the family and shit." You don't
Of
think
course,
everybody else was having that conversation?
that's what it's all about. These
You
guys,
know?
they want to move up.
Even in
I
this
do.
day and age, they really want those seats.
Of
I mean,
course. What's the point of being in a fucking
it's
life
all
in the
about the
street
money,
if you
huh?
ain't
They don't give
it's
a
all
shit.
about the money and the power, man. Of course, bro. What would you want to be? What would you want to be in
But they
local
don't get a
politics
long
and
run
shit?
now. I mean, the Rico shit, they don't get a long run. They would get 5 years, 10
It
years if
don't
they're
it
lucky.
don't matter. Most of these guys only got a handful of fucking years. Who didn't get a handful of years? It's like
Yeah.
the old quote that John Gotti said, "I'd rather live one day as a fucking
Lion.
lion than 100 days of years as a sheep, dude. One day as a lion than 100 years as a sheep." That's
And
the
and
mentality of all these guys.
they all think they're going to be the one to outsmart the feds.
That's
All of them.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know where
You
they get
always
that
think
from.
like, oh, it's never gonna happen to me. I'm not gonna make the
Yeah.
same mistakes as this guy made. We've all fucking felt
Why do you
fell
think that
victim to
is,
that
though?
shit.
Why do they always? Why do
It's
people?
ego. It's
Yeah,
ego. It's your ego, man. It's a narcissistic personality. You gotta have a certain mindset and a certain way that you think to even be involved in this type of shit.
yeah.
These guys aren't in the streets thinking about, oh, I don't, fuck about getting arrested or being scared or worried about going to jail. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You can't, you can't, or you shouldn't be if you're in that life because I mean,
It's all a
what do you
risk
expect's
every
gonna
day.
happen? That's That's part of the shit, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna go to jail or get killed or whatever. You're
Every
you're
day's
gonna
a risk.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna die with a gun in your hand, like most of these guys. But the guys that became boss, look at how they thought. A guy like Nicky Scarfo and shit, the John Gotti, these guys. You think that they laid down and fucking if John Gotti's boss because I don't know, fucking whoever just did 30 years and came home, John was gonna lay down his spot and give somebody else the boss spot?
No.
You think Vincent Gigante would have fucking said, "Hey, you just did 30 years and you come home here. I want to give you the boss spot. You did
I
30
just feel
years
like
for me."
it's like different nowadays, like after the 2000s when like they started doing that like joint
There's
shit with like three bosses or whatever the fuck, like the minute what do
no,
you
no,
call
no, a ruling panel,
it?
but
Ruling
they
panel.
only
Yeah.
they only had a ruling panel because the official boss was doing life. He was never going to be out on the street again. So they did that to consolidate power, so you
Oh, so that
wouldn't
was
piss
just
any
temporary.
certain.
Okay.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want
Yeah.
to piss any. For instance, John Gotti had a ruling panel, and he was smart. He did it strategically. Why? Because he knows his son is out in the streets. He's going to be a fucking target. Okay. And B, he doesn't want to piss any of the people off that were previously killing him and all of his guys to get retribution back for the Castellano hit. So we put guys like Danny Marino and who else did he have on the ruling panel originally? He
Fiala?
got all
Who
the
was that?
factions. Yeah, he got
Nicky
Fiala,
Carrazzo,
Nicky Carrazzo. Yeah, because he had to solidify the Manhattan guys, the
Jimmy,
Brooklyn guys, and the Queens
Jimmy,
guys.
Jimmy
Jimmy
Brown,
Brown.
Fiala.
Yep. And Jimmy Brown was a Castellano loyalist with Danny Marino and Passy Conti and those guys. Nicky Carrazzo was took over for Fat Andy and that whole faction, the other faction of guys that were in the fucking family. And then he had to satisfy the guys in Manhattan and those people by putting somebody up there and shit, not to piss anybody off because Junior's going to be out in the streets. If they think that Junior has more power than them, what do you think they're going to do to Junior? They're going to kill his ass. So we put on a ruling panel to make sure that everybody was happy with something. He was smart because he knew what the fuck was going to happen.
Yeah.
But as soon as he dies, Peter takes over. Peter gets put away, and then what happens? You got a new acting boss and quote unquote ruling panel with Arnold
Yeah.
Zeke Scuteri, Bobby Vernace, John Gambino, and these and Danny Marino.
Scuteri boy.
Until what happened? Until Peter Gotti died. Then you got a new boss that comes. You understand? The only time a boss is getting replaced is if the guy's fucking dead or doing 100 fucking years. And then either he hands over power to an acting boss until he dies, somebody else takes over. It's simple.
Yep.
So I just don't understand where he's coming up with this information, and he's the only one apparently that knows the shit, which I find incredible.
Oh,
That's
what's the
that's
purpose
incredible
behind
shit.
it? Why put that out there? What is the purpose?
Because he's made a comment and a statement, and he doesn't want to be wrong. He just can't admit that he wasn't right. That's all it is. It's his
So
ego.
somebody gave him the information. So why did they give him that information then?
I don't
Even
think
if
they
it
gave
was
him this
wrong.
information. I think he's just saying that. And I'm going to go back to what he said in the last interview. Everybody that hasn't watched his last show on Gene Gotti, go back and listen. He makes this one statement, and this tells you everything you need to know. He said verbatim that he has a source. He's reported and researched on this, and he has a source that confirmed 100% for a fact that Gene Gotti is the boss. Then right after that comment, he says, and allegedly some people are saying either Nicky Carrazzo or Lenny DiMaria is the underboss, but we don't know for certain. How the fuck do you have a source that knows 100% Gene's the boss, but doesn't know who the underboss is? How's that possible?
So you're saying he made it up?
Yes. Because otherwise, his source would tell him Nicky Carrazzo is the fucking consigliere, Lenny DiMaria is the underboss, or Carrazzo's the underboss, Lenny DiMaria is the consigliere. How do you not know who the fucking underboss is when you say you know who the boss is? Your source is that good, he doesn't know who the fucking underboss is? How?
So I'm saying, why would he make something
everything
like that up?
Everything he's saying is an opinion.
Yeah.
But he's trying to
say it's a fact.
Right.
Yeah. What do you think, Hal? What's your assessment on that comment? Did you hear that comment that he made about the underboss shit and saying that he doesn't know for sure?
Yeah, how would you not know for sure? You know for sure who the boss is, but not the underboss.
How?
And you also know for sure that fucking Lou Valerio is the consigliere.
Exactly. And you know why he's doing that? Because if something comes out down the road and he's not right about one or two of those fucking things, he could say, well, I told you I wasn't sure about who this one is. Maybe I had the other two, but it was definitely this guy was the fucking boss. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Wikipedia does say Valario is acting consigliere since January of this year.
And why do you think Nadu's saying that he knows for a fact that Lou Valario is the consigliere? Wikipedia. You know where he's getting the Gene Gotti's the official boss shit? You want to know where that's from? Because I could send you to the Reddit articles on it. You want to see
It's
them?
from Reddit.
Yes, bro. Just like, dude, it's just like the day when he got mad that me and Howie questioned the information he was given about Gene, and he came and he did a follow-up show on it, and he said, I want to remind everybody that I told you this. This isn't a matter of opinion. This is a matter of fact. Nobody on here does more research and has the sources and the information I have, and did a whole show talking about jail fucking visits that Gene Gotti got, phone calls he got, and indictments that people got, and he was listing people that were involved in the restaurant he had and the kickbacks he was supposed to be getting. And 5 days later, Howie was on fucking Gangland, and he was looking through it, and for shits and giggles, he typed in Gene Gotti and found the article Capici wrote in 2018 or 19 when Gene Gotti got out. Nadu stole everything in Capici's article and did a show on it and claimed it was his research. It's verbatim, the whole fucking show, top to bottom, literally verbatim.
And then after he sent me a text message that he knew for a fact, he did a show and said, "This is just strictly my opinion."
Yes.
Because he was texting me while we were doing a show on Bernstein's nonsense, and
Not even talking about him.
right, and he was afraid Bernstein was going to get the credit for saying that Gene was whatever it was they were saying he was at the time. So he was texting me and telling me, it's true. I know for a fact, 1,000%. And then when after the show, I guess we tore fucking holes into, the theory. He did a show and said, "This is strictly my opinion." So he lied.
Yeah, he's lying. He must have forgot that he sent him that text.
Right. And all because he didn't he and then everything that came after that was just to prove us wrong. When he's referring to all of those guys who might get mad, or making those funny, he was on life parole. He's referring to like me, Common, Dominic Sicali, and probably a few others.
Yeah, Sicali's got a hard on for him. He's putting his face
Well,
in the thumbnails and shit.
Well, wouldn't you? I mean, the dude once again went on his show and called out the thing that Sakali's doing with this crypto thing he has, and all the work and hard work that he's put in with the team that he's built and monies that he's put into this thing, and called it a fraud and told everybody to stay away from it. He was going to do a pump and dump and rob everybody for their money. He was calling him a scammer basically and a fraud. How would you feel?
Shit.
I think at this point it's just one of those things where this dude just has this like fucking this little Napoleon fucking complex, this little ego fucking narcissistic, spoiled brat fucking syndrome, and the dude just can't be told that he might have been wrong, or just admit, for God forbid, that he might not have been right about something. So he comes on and he says and does shit like this, and then if you say anything about it or call him out on it, he cries and plays motherfucking victim, or starts calling people behind the scenes, asking them fucking if he's right, and to fucking do this and do that and shit. Like it's like a little fucking spoiled brat kid, man. If you want to do a show and do your report and give your opinion or whatever, just leave it as that. Don't come on here and start fucking taking little innuendos and taking shots, because that show that he did again was just in response to stuff that was said before. Because otherwise, why would he have to put all those little snarky little side comments on the little voice that he does, like, "Oh, I told you that this guy," that little stupid shit that he does like that.
Yeah, he acts like
He thinks
he's
he's
the
fucking cute.
fucking end all be all when it comes to the mob.
And he's not. He doesn't even know basic street shit, like, period. He doesn't even have he's zero street sense whatsoever. None.
He doesn't know how to be humble about it. He's got to act like, and basically what he's, his goal now is to, like, make us look like we don't know what we're talking about.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
I find that to be hilarious. I want people to remember. I want people to remember this. This fucking guy did an interview with some fucking kid. I forget the guy's name. I don't even know what the channel was. It popped up in my feed one day. I was watching it. This motherfucker on this interview with this guy that he did like 2-3 weeks ago, right? Listen to this is the person this is coming from. He has the balls to go on this show and tell people a conversation got brought up about Joey Merlino. And the dude tells the guy, he says that uh there's no proof that Joey Merlino was actually ever the boss of Philly. And the kid that he's having the conversation with or whatever is saying, well, he was, he was allegedly, a made member of Philly and the boss at one time in the family. And the dude says, but was he really though? There's no proof that he was ever actually even a made man. He was just his father's son who happened to be the underboss to Scarfo. Do we know that for a fact? Now, this is the guy that wants us to take him serious and take him as credible and has the balls to go on a show and question whether or not Joey Merlino was actually ever even a made member in Philadelphia's crime family. Like, are you fucking serious right now? Just
Yeah.
think about that. This asshole actually said that shit on a show 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe a month tops. Within the last month, he said this. Now, are
Listen,
we
this
supposed
is,
to take somebody like that seriously as a credible source when he says some goofy ass shit like that?
yeah, I mean, me and others, not just me, but there's others. We were out in the street living that life while he was home playing video games. Now, how is he going to have any type of common sense when it comes to the street life if he's never lived it? We know when we hear something, whether or not to question it as being bullshit or not. He just fucking believes everything they tell him.
And that's why I'm wondering if he's speaking to somebody that he really thinks is somebody that's telling him this shit and he's actually believing him and jumping out the window, or if he's just saying that he has a guy that's telling him this shit because he wants to act like this is verified information that he knows for a fact and we got to just take his fucking word for it.
Listen,
Yeah.
man.
You understand?
And
You
this
understand
guy,
what I'm saying?
and just to show you what type of person this guy is, okay? He told me the name of a made guy that he speaks to.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that name,
Mm-mm.
but he told me, a cooperating witness, who
Right.
he's speaking to in the street, and that
Think
he
about that.
and I do know for a fact that the name he gave me, the guy's a made guy.
So when you want to talk about just having basic common sense, let alone street common sense, do you think that you should be telling anybody that a May guy was talking to you in the first place, a reporter that could get somebody 100% shelved, depending on what they're telling a person, if not killed, even till today? Who the fuck knows? They talk to agents and have feds and prosecutors that they speak to on a regular basis. 20 years ago, forget about it. He'd be in a dumpster somewhere if that shit leaked out. Both of them, probably. And he's telling, like how he said, somebody he knows that cooperated before, a guy's name in the street that's made that's giving him fucking information. Like, is this kid fucking stupid or what?
Yep. Yeah,
And
he
who else
told
is he
me that.
telling that to? Who else is he telling that to? Because I've heard
Of
somebody else
course,
make that
if
same
he told,
comment.
Don't do
if
I
that.
he
know two
told,
other, I
yeah,
know two other people he has.
I'm sure I'm not the only guy he told that to.
No, I know. I'm telling you for a fact. There's two other people I know that I've spoken to that have told me that he told them that. So how many other people is he telling this shit to?
Yeah.
So at the very least, if he's listening to this shit, just fucking think about what the fuck you're doing, man. Because
Oh,
you-
he's
you're you're
listening.
you're being real fucking stupid, bro. Like seriously, man. And if you are dealing with people in the streets and doing stuff, your relationships with somebody like Howie or Frankie or whoever you think is respected or was in that life in that street, you should be looking at them and asking them for their opinions and advice and shit, not jumping out the window, being the fucking jerk off that you're being on here. That's my
Right.
opinion.
You hear something on the street and you want me to give you my opinion on it, you could ask. You could have asked back then.
Right.
Instead of trying to, if I don't agree with you, trying to make my opinions, not worth anything.
And for the other people, whether or not, I wasn't involved in organized crime, none of that shit or whatever, but I've been in the streets and around my whole fucking life and shit, and it's all pretty much the same. It's just common fucking sense, man. There's just shit that you do and shit that you don't do. And unfortunately for this dude, he's never spent a day in the streets or dealt with anything like that, man. And he comes on here and he talks and he puts his foot in his mouth and talks like an asshole and shit. And then gets upset when people like myself or Howie or whoever makes a comment or opinion on it and just calls him out and tells him he's wrong about whatever. And instead of just listening and accepting that and maybe reaching out to somebody and asking them for their opinion, whatever, he wants to come on here and try to double down and triple down while throwing shots at fucking people that know better.
And believe me, I know that common sense knows what he's talking about. Because if he didn't know what he's talking about, I wouldn't be talking to him.
You know what I mean? So that's, at the end of the day, that's neither here nor there. But it's just, I'm just taking it personal now that he keeps continuously doing these fucking shows and then throwing these little shots based off of something that we said we disagreed with, basically. It's just, it's insulting and it's aggravating. It really is. Especially the way that he speaks. He even said that he was like the new, what did he say? He was the new Jerry Capici or something. Like Jerry Capici didn't have shit on him. Now, I don't know if he was saying it being cute or he actually fucking believes this shit. I think the kid's a little bot, so he might actually believe this shit, to be honest with you. But you're far from Jerry Capici, my man. I'm sorry. You do your shows and they're good at times, whatever, the way that but the other shit that you do, man, is shit Capici would never fucking do. Wouldn't even think of fucking doing.
Listen, man, he's got the best mob show around besides Frank's show.
Well, that's a personal opinion. That's subject to somebody's opinion.
Yeah, I used to think the same thing too at one time. But I used to also love my ex-wife.
That's hilarious. That's a good analogy. That's funny. But it's true though. It is subject to opinion and shit. I don't even really watch any of those mob shows, to be honest with you, unless it's like a topic that I'm interested in, or he'll have somebody when he was doing the interviews of like, Gene or certain people that he on or Kasman or whatever, I would tune in for those. But the regular shows, like the little bio fucking shows that he done, like I never even fucking watch those things, to be honest with you, because there's a million of them out there. I've heard them fucking mostly all of them. You know what I mean?
You want to know why I won't give the name of the guy that he told me?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
AFBI. I won't give the name because I don't know if he. First of all, I don't know if he's telling the truth.
If it's true, yeah.
And I got no reason to ruin that guy's life.
Yeah, then that's a great point right there, Howie. Who knows if it's true if he's just saying it. I really hope that if he is actually talking to him, that it is fucking true and he's not making it up, because I told you 2 other people I know that he said that to. I don't know if he gave them their names, but he alluded that he talks to a made member and various family, but specifically the one that he said.
Yeah.
So if that does leak out, or Howie came on here and said it, that's not because he's mad. That'd be like him taking a direct shot at that specific individual. You know what the fuck that would do to that guy?
And then it turns out not to be true.
Oh my God, forget about it. You know how bad that would be?
Real bad.
So that's not good. And if anybody else is listening that he did tell that to, don't fucking tell anybody who the guy is in private that you think you could trust or whatever, because who the fuck knows, man? That's not even if you do or don't like to do, like, just don't even tell nobody for the other people that he may have said this shit to, because that's not fucking cool, man. Like, at all. You're talking about a guy's livelihood. You know what I mean? Possibly his life, depending on who the fucking people the guys are around that,
Listen, don't, just because the mob has the rule, no murders, don't think that fucking there's never ever going to be a murder again.
Or an exception.
Once in a while.
Or an exception.
Oh, it happens once in a while. Look how they got that Zatola guy. Was it Zappa? I forgot who it was. They smoked him in a McDonald's.
Well, that was because the kid's son fucking killed his own father over greed, the sick fuck. But yeah.
And then before that, they got him in the morning, too. Remember that when he was rolling on the floor, the son?
And if there's somebody stupid enough to do an unsanctioned murder, how are you going to stop that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, just not mention the fact, something just as bad in that life to one of these guys would be to get shelved over the fact that they were telling some idiot, like, fucking to do something.
He's probably not even getting paid for it either.
Yeah. Do you know how mad the guys around that person would be? They might be so embarrassed of what happened. They might have to make an exception.
They'd have to make an example out of the guy, probably, so nobody
Yeah.
else fucking thinks that they could fucking do it. And look at, he claimed, this is the other thing. This kid claims that he's a journalist and a reporter. Well, then how come you don't know the number one rule to journalism and reporting? They even have laws. So you don't have to disclose your sources and information. Like if the government came and asked you and shit, where did you get this information from? There's laws protecting your sources and confidentiality and shit. And this asshole is telling people in private his sources and what the fuck they're telling them and their names and everything.
Let's say
You ever seen a Jerry Capici article that says, hey, I talked to fucking so-and-so and the fucking Genovese family that told me X fucking Y and Z? Have you ever seen him fucking do that?
I don't recall.
Of course he hasn't done that shit, man. Come on.
Let's say a made guy was talking to the dude and he got caught. Well, what would happen to him in this day and age? Would he deserve to get whacked over this shit?
Yeah,
right.
He gets shelved for sure. Like 100% shelved.
But he walks away unscathed.
No, he'll definitely get a beating.
Oh yeah, but fucking hospital or something. They'd have to do something. They'd have to make an example out of him, because what else? What's the deterrent for nobody else to go reach out to one of these people and tell them? And you also don't know what the fuck the guy's saying. If he doesn't like a certain person in his family or another family, whatever, and he's giving somebody like this some information that's going running around spreading it and doing shit that could hurt somebody else, what the fuck do you think they're thinking about that guy? He can't be trusted anymore.
The only reason why I respect what Jerry Capici's articles is because I know if he's wrong, he'll do a retraction article. You think fucking the dude's gonna admit he's wrong?
No, he'll do 3 more videos and make up stories telling him that he got sources that are telling him that we're wrong.
He'll double down and triple down.
Yeah. That's what he's doing right now. He's double down and tripling down on this shit, man.
And then if it turns out that he's 100% wrong and he's backed up against the wall and there's nothing, he can do or say to get out of it, he's just plain wrong. He'll just make up some fucking excuse and it'll just be, oh well.
And there was other sources, I think, cooperators and stuff that came out during that Operation Old Bridge that were saying that allegedly Mickey Boy Paradiso was the consigliere for Italian Dom for a while, and Menino was his underboss, and he was acting as the acting boss while he was kind of in the shadows, because I think he was on paper for a little while at that time too. So where does he stand in it? And Paradiso came up under these guys with that faction. So he doesn't get a spot. Like there's so many, like him saying that he's earned this spot because he's done time. What about all the other guys that have done 10, 15, 20 fucking years? You're talking about Lenny Di Maria's done at least 15 years. Menino's done over 10 fucking years. Carrazzo's done over 15 fucking years. I mean, who hasn't done 10, 15, 20 years in that life? Doing the 30 in one shot is whatever, but a lot of these other guys have done 20 or 30 in installments.
Maybe they're fucking shuffling these guys around on purpose.
So nobody to confuse people is possible.
To confuse the feds, yeah.
Well, they're trying to be like the Genovese now?
Or hey, think about this. Maybe they got somebody that's intentionally telling somebody like Ndu that they know has a channel to tell everybody that Gene's the boss, to throw everybody off because he's going to go on a show every night and tell everybody Gene Gotti is the boss.
I think that somebody thinks it's funny, I think they're just joking around with the,
But the other thing too is that's, why do you think that you have a right that you should even be going and doing that and putting that guy in that position, whether it's fucking true or not? It's all right if you want to go talk about guys that have already been convicted of shit or people that are, passed away that you want to do reporting and stuff on, but then you're going to start pointing fingers at people and saying that their bosses of fucking families knowing their situation and shit. That's terrible, man.
Why is he doing that, though? I mean,
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I don't understand.
He doesn't want to be wrong. He wants to be fucking right all the time.
But he got it from somewhere. Somebody put that out there.
But
Somebody's trying to do something with that.
This is what I'm trying to tell you is that this dude, what he does all day 24/7 is he's on YouTube and he's on Reddit and he's in all these discords and all these forums where people are saying this shit and he's reading it, and then he'll go and he'll do a fucking story on it and act like it's his fucking information and his shit. And he wants to be the first person that came out here and said, I was the first guy that told everybody Gene Gotti was the boss. Just like the gay voices he likes to do. We'll do some of them shits too. You know what I mean? He could run around and say, I was the first person, just like Bernstein, these guys do. I was the first person that reported that fucking Ralph Santaniello took over the fucking Mount Carmel Club in Springfield. Meanwhile, the guy's been in bed for 6 months dying of fucking lung cancer and was in a coma from a fucking drug overdose. Because some guy fucking told him that shit. Another asshole.
You ever see any of these other reputable guys doing articles trying to convince everyone that they're telling the truth?
Never. They just write the article.
They write the article and that's it. Whatever you believe, and that's it. They don't care if you believe them or not.
To be fair, Capisci comes from a different generation. I don't think he had those pressures that they have today with the trolls and shit and online backlash. Back then, Capisci put out an article and that was it. There was no fucking response, you know?
Yeah,
you
but that's
just to yourself.
Yeah. But that's just but at the end, but at the same time though, that's just being a man and being accountable. If you're gonna claim you're a journalist, if you're gonna claim that you're a journalist and you're a reporter, stick to being a journalist and a reporter and leave your opinions out of the shit. Jerry Capisci doesn't write articles and say, it's in my opinion based on this, that this guy is such and such. No, he says, per my sources, the FBI or you know, people in the fucking streets, whatever it may be, this is the information I'm getting, writes his article and gives you his explanation and points to, you know, court documents or wiretaps or whatever. In this case, we got Nadu coming on here telling people, I have a source and this source told me. He's the only one with this source, by the way. How come nobody else has this info? Only Nadu's got this info.
Nobody talks to me. But
maybe if let's say hypothetically that the person, let's do this. Let's say just for the hypothetical, for this point of this little discussion right here, right? That there actually is somebody that watches YouTube, that watches Nadu shows and the shows that we do or whatever the fuck, right? And he decides to call up Nadu and tell him that this bit of information is true based on X, Y, and Z. Okay? Why would this guy think it's a good idea to reach out to this guy to tell him this fucking shit? And how come he's not telling anybody else or reaching out to them and telling anybody else anything but fucking Nadu?
That's what the news media has become, with this fucking opinion shit and anonymous sources. And
but that's the problem, though. You gotta at least at some point say where your source is, and how come you're the only one that's got this info? Even when other people hear stuff, they say, okay, let me ask the people that I know. Jerry Capicci's got the most resources out of anybody on here. The guy is the fucking, not to be cute, he's the Don of organized crime reporting, basically, right? I mean, everybody would agree he's the fucking upper echelon of the shit. That's the guy, right?
Right.
How come he doesn't know and he isn't researching this or looking into this? You don't think anybody's been asking him or speaking about it? He hasn't done anything on this? Why?
He hasn't come out. Right. Let's say if it is true, evidently the proof isn't strong enough for him to put it out.
Otherwise he would have.
Right.
And you can't tell me people aren't asking or wondering or sending him comments on his page, or, you know, or reaching out. I don't know if the guy does any other social media. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm sure it's a hot topic. Literally, when Gene got out, right before he got released, Capisci did that article and gave his speculation on what might become of him coming home. But there's been nothing since 2000 and what was that, 18 or 19? How?
Right.
Yeah. Why isn't there any follow up or anything?
And what you got to think to yourself, what are these people that are giving him this information getting out of giving him information?
Especially if they're not going to get credited for it. What's the point of telling anybody this shit?
Right. Like, what's the benefit to it? You know,
I don't see any.
Yeah, you know, like, you know, they could just be manipulating this guy. You know, like that could be their benefit.
They're either trying to get him into a beef with Angel for their own sick amusement, or they're trying to get Gene Gotti jammed up somehow. And
well, if Gene's not the boss, he's not going to get jammed up.
Huh?
Yeah, or getting the dude jammed up, putting him in a bad spot, saying shit he shouldn't be saying.
I'll tell you one thing that, well, first of all, Jeff needs to start doing his articles, not to try to prove us wrong. Just do your article and let people decide what they want to believe or not. Don't
For
fucking come
themselves.
on and start saying like, "Oh, these guys are gonna get mad," and they X, Y, and Z. Like, what you just doing these shows to piss us off and try to make us look bad? That's not gonna work out for you in the end. And another thing, me personally, I think Jeff Nadeau's gonna have a problem sooner than later.
I can't disagree with that, especially if there's rumblings and talk coming around that people are, speaking to him and he's saying shit he shouldn't be saying or telling people shit. Because like I said, hypothetically, if that person does listen to these shows and they just heard what Howie said that Nadu told them this person's name to him, what the fuck you think that person's gonna do about that?
Mm-hmm.
Just hearing that.
Yeah, maybe I'll take this show down after this. I don't want to stir the pot. You know what I'm saying?
No, but Nadu said it on his show. He said, I
He
talked to
talks
made
to made
guys.
guys.
Yeah, he said it on
He
your show,
said that.
Gunsmoke.
Yeah.
And he said it on your show. Remember the day he was arguing with Fish? Fish said, who the fuck do you know, cuz? And Jeff said, I talk to made guys. Fish said, you don't talk to no fucking made guys. Yes, I do, Fish. And then he lied to Fish and said that he had paperwork on him and shit like that. Remember that whole show that he did? When he was all drunk and shit and was probably crying, take it down, I made an asshole out of myself. He probably did that. I mean, I don't know if he did or not. I'm just assuming,
I
but
don't remember.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, if
But
you're gonna let me express my opinions on people and then take it down, I'm not
No, no,
gonna fucking
no, no.
express my
I didn't mean
opinion.
like that. I don't just for his safety, not because
Well,
no, he
fuck
said it out
him.
of his own mouth. He said this shit on his show. He talks to made guys told him this shit. He said it out of his own mouth, Smoke. I promise you. On my mother's grave, bro.
because I think there are rumblings out there. They're not liking what this guy's saying.
This is
And
why we're telling him he should be fucking keeping his
Yeah,
mouth shut and stop saying stupid fucking
the
shit on his show and
rumblings
in private.
ain't based on what we're saying today.
no,
We're
I
not
know, I
telling
know. It's
anybody
already been out there, but it might just
anything
piss
they
this.
don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's his fucking fault for being stupid and fucking opening his mouth. But this is what I'm saying, Gus. But this goes back to his ego and his narcissism and shit that he has to fucking say that he's right and other people are wrong. So he has to put out, oh well, I talked to made guys that are telling me this, that are in the know that know this shit. This is him saying this shit on his show. Why would
yeah.
you even just use your fucking brain, stupid? Why would you even do that? If the person knows who you are and that you have a mob reporting show, whatever the fuck you want to call it, they obviously are watching this shit. Otherwise, how would they know to reach out to you to fucking give you information, right?
Yeah,
So
and
obviously they're watching it. So then he goes on his show and tells everybody that somebody reaches out to him and tells him this fucking information that obviously watches the show because they're calling him to tell him the shit, right?
They got to
Why would you
start
say that shit
sweating
on your
then.
show?
Yeah, they got to start sweating then. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, I done fucked up now.
Yeah.
plus
Like, who's this guy talking to?
plus Jeff comes on and he makes fun of guys. He tells people embarrassing things about guys. Like he's making it personal between guys out in the street that he writes about.
Yeah, active guy. Like, who's the new boss of the Lucchese's? Who's
Oh,
the?
besides that, you start calling a boss a fucking, what kind of boss is he? What a
Yeah,
fucking
he's
idiot
calling him a
he
jerk
is.
off. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was making fun of Mancuso, right? Because of that whole Peter Pasta fucking
yeah,
article,
yeah.
remember?
Yep.
He was saying, this is what the mobs come down to. These jerk offs, he's filed paperwork on the guy and you're making him a captain in your family. This is what the mobs become. You should be embarrassed for yourself. He's trashing the boss of the fucking Bonanno family.
You see, Capisci never talked like that. I don't think.
Thank you, Smoke. This is what we're getting at. You understand? This is the whole fucking point. That he
Listen,
causes his own fucking
It is a new
problems with his
era.
fucking mouth and his ego.
Yeah.
Well, it's a new era where people see a stupid motherfucker like this go on the show saying this shit. It's a new era for them to come over and crack you in your fucking head for being stupid.
everybody hated Capici in the beginning, but he
Yeah.
never made it personal. Look at fucking Curtis
You know who
Sliwa.
did? Look at
Curtis
Sliwa.
Sliwa made it personal, and
Yeah.
fucking look what happened to him.
Yeah.
And according to Kasman, whether you believe him or not, I don't know if I believe him and shit, but according to Jerry Capici, Kasman says that he stopped Capici from getting beaten because they were going to give him one like they did to fucking Sliwa, allegedly. And they stopped it and told him that, you can't do this. So I don't know if I believe the guy, but I'm just saying, like, you don't think that people would think that or say that? Now, I'm
I
not
re-
wishing that these guys go and actually do that. I'm just saying if it happened, I'm not going to be surprised. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
Because you're putting people in bad spots and you're not doing anybody any fucking favors.
and you're making yourself unlikable.
Oh, see, in Mustache Pete, he made a good point right there. He said that the dude does videos about guys that most people never heard of that have flown below the radar, speculating on who they are, and what they do. I've seen them do shit like that and talk about it. And those guys have families. They themselves, if they are trying to stay under the radar, and then you got a guy like Nadu coming on here and blowing up their fucking spot and putting, shit on them.
Well,
You think that they want to hear about that?
to the average, I don't know, mob fanboy or whatever, they wouldn't fucking know who these guys are today. I mean, you would have never heard these people or know their pictures or what they look like or the restaurants they hang out at.
And he's
I don't
putting it
think
all up on a show.
the average viewer would know that. But if you put it out there, now it's out there. I don't know.
That's what you see what I mean?
And
So it's
people
like
might get upset.
he wants the attention and to go out there and say that, oh, I got this info on this guy and he's gonna be the one that puts it out and shit like that. Well, you're playing on a slippery
Well,
slope, man. You're playing with fire, man.
is the content necessary though? I mean, because in the '80s they did the same thing. They followed Gotti around, and wrote articles about him, and while he was active on the street, I mean, uh, maybe
Yeah,
his
but
content
they
is
didn't.
necessary. I don't know.
They went about it as it being news,
Yeah,
not fucking personal shit. No, and and insulting people.
yeah.
They were real journalists.
And
Work
you've heard Nadu make these comments all the time that, oh, the mob's only a shell. It's like a street gang now, basically. Like they're nobodies. Look at what they've become, this and that. Like if a guy if a guy hears that shit and he's feeling some type of way about a bunch of stuff that you've been doing or a bunch of shit that you're fucking saying, he might send somebody to one of his or two guys to show you that what they're really about, that they're just a bunch of humps, and to see what happens. It ain't gonna be nothing for somebody to catch an assault case. You're
this
talking about a 1 year, 6 month fucking skid bed or
this
something. Nobody's not gonna shy away from that shit.
this is not my opinion. This is something that I know for a fact. If I was still out in the street and I bumped into Nadu, I would definitely give him a smack.
Yeah.
It's already happened to him. He got smacked at a fucking Eagles game by somebody that he did a show on or said some
If
shit about.
he
Smacked
was
him dead in the face.
talking shit about any of my friends and I fucking bumped into him, I would fucking smack him and give him a piece of my mind.
And you've heard him do. Did you hear him do the show like a little while back when he was taking his little shots and he was talking about how he's a what the fuck did he say? He's an exit guy or something. He said, in my line of work, I have to make sure that I always have my face to the front door and there's 2 or 3 exits or a window to fucking jump out of because of stuff that I say and I do on my show and shit like that. If you're that worried and you're doing this shit on your show, why would you continue to fucking do this shit on your show if that's something that you gotta? So obviously you must know that you're doing something wrong then, right?
Exactly.
Otherwise, why would you be worried about it? Like he says that, oh, everybody said that I can't come down to the cheesesteak place because of this thing. Well, I'm here, and he tries being like I'm here, motherfuckers. They said I couldn't come here. Well, go to fucking New York and these other fucking places and do that shit and see what happens. Because I guarantee you somebody's gonna smack that motherfucker. It's already
Yeah,
happened to him once.
he thinks it's all fun and games because he's out there in Pennsylvania, and he doesn't live in the boroughs. You can bet me if he lived in the boroughs, he'd be having a ton of fucking problems.
I don't think he'd do the shows he does if he did.
Probably not.
Shit.
There's another guy on here that fucking when he come on said that he wouldn't. He was safe down south, and if he lived anywhere in the tri-state area, he wouldn't even do shows like this because he'd be scared to death.
Yeah. Right.
So I guess it's kind of like what Gunsmoke was saying, where technically it is a new era where goofballs can come on here and talk sideways out the side of their mouths and say whatever the fuck they want because they're in a safe zone, or they think they're in a fucking safe zone, because if they live somewhere else, they wouldn't be doing the shit that they're doing. Or the day when he had Gene on his show and he started getting cute with that motherfucker and calling him a punk and insulting him and shit, and Gene fucking snaps on him, and we called him out and we're like, yo, you were dead wrong for the way you spoke to this guy. You wouldn't speak to him like that if he was in your face. And he says that he would, and I'm telling him no, the fuck he wouldn't have. I know for a fact he wouldn't have, because he wouldn't even have gotten half them words out before he got cracked.
Look what
Whether
Duck
you like
said.
Gene or not, he would have done it to him.
Duck said he has said that's why he doesn't speak about 1%ers because they're nearby him.
Oh, see, there you go. You know what I mean? And he's the guy that told us that we were wrong for telling him what he said and how he spoke to Gene was wrong, and he wouldn't say that to his face. And the dude says, I would have said the same thing if he was sitting right next to me in a room, but then goes on his show and says he won't talk about 1%ers because they live nearby. Like, that's the shit that I'm talking about. That's the ultimate clown right there. That's just goofy ass shit.
Yeah. You don't think, like, if he was living in New York and going out to dinner, that and a group of these guys out to eat spotted him and he had said some negative things about them, you don't think they're going to have something to say to him?
Shit.
I'm sure they will.
I guarantee they would. Yeah.
Would he have a problem in Howard Beach
That's where they're all at.
or Little Italy?
He'd have a problem anywhere he goes because a lot of these people are watching these shows.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Can't go to Death Haven.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Well,
I don't think
he said
Death Haven is it's not the same.
Oh yeah, that's true.
he claims on one of them shows that I was watching that he did his little videos that he was gonna start doing live streams at certain fucking places in New York and Little Italy, and restaurants or places that these alleged wise guys hang out at and congregate and shit like that. And I guarantee you that he ain't doing that. Or if he is, he's calling up some type of security detail, or he's gonna call 911 and tell him there's a fucking a BOMB threat at the fucking place that they're posted up outside, so you don't feel like you're gonna get
Shit.
smacked in front of a cop or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Or
he'll do some shit like that.
Or he'll go like on a Tuesday at noon.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, or that. I guarantee that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing with fire for sure. For sure.
All right, what's up, Frankie? What's your opinion on this, Frankie? What do you think? You watch this shit or what?
We touched on it a little bit last night, but it was mostly about the Gene stuff, like what he was saying.
Have you been watching any of Borello's fucking channel? He come out with a channel. He's been doing like shorts and shit on.
I only saw the first YouTube short. That's all I saw. I don't
Oh
think I
no,
get the
he's done.
alerts.
Nah, he's done a bunch of them, man. I saw like fucking like 15, 20 of them that he's doing.
Well, the
He
first one
said,
was a doozy. Yeah.
well, he said on the one that I just saw fucking earlier that allegedly he's got some guy that's coming on that grew up with Merlino, knows him fucking forever, and has got all the dirt and shit on him about all these people that he's allegedly, robbed and burned for money or borrowed money from or stole shit from or burned on the books and never paid them back. And he's got some guy coming on to spill the beans about this dude, and said that everybody's gonna fucking love this shit.
I'd like to see that. Yeah.
And then he did another short where he says that he got word that the Snuff guy, his little partner there, Snuff,
Yeah.
and Joey were in Boca Raton, because he's in Florida and he lives right in that area. Like, I think, well, not in that area, on the other coast. He's in Tampa, but it's only a couple hours away. But I guess he's on an ankle monitor, house arrest right now, so he can't leave his house. You can only leave like a certain walking distance from where he lives or whatever. And he said that the minute that Merlino and Snuff got off the airplane and landed in Boca, that he got a call where they're at, and he said that you better bet your ass if I wasn't on house arrest, I'd come over there and I'd fucking sit down and have a cup of coffee. And he says that as he said as soon as he gets off of the house arrest, he's gonna go to Joey's cheesesteak place and get a cheesesteak and sit right down there and fucking they ain't gonna do shit about it.
Do they cook the food like in front of you? Because I don't want nobody spitting in my sandwich and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this is Gene. This is Gene being Gene. This
Yeah,
is
I
what he
would,
was saying. Yeah,
it wouldn't be smart for him to actually eat it.
Yeah.
yeah. They
Unless
could
they're making
poison
it
it,
in
put some
front of
rat
you.
poison in there or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Or
he
have
can
somebody
make
else order
someone
it
else
for him.
buy it. Yeah.
Yeah, or
I
somebody
saw
else
that
order
movie
for him.
Casino. You remember that scene where they spit in the sandwich, gave it to the cops?
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Well, this is Barella doing his thing, man. He's on there talking spicy.
You think so? You think Barella's gonna end up catching his snuff one day?
What's that?
You think Barella's gonna run into snuff one day? Somewhere?
I mean, anything's possible.
I
I don't know
doubt
if
it.
he's
Unless he really
necessarily
goes
gonna
down
like
to that
look for
cheesesteak.
him.
If he goes down to that cheesesteak place, that's gonna be fucking another legendary episode.
I mean, he could get one of them fucking Hawk Tuas in his fucking cheesesteak if he
That
goes
might
down
turn
there or
into a
something, man. Who
fucking
the fuck
brawl over
knows?
there. No, that
You
might
know what I
turn
mean?
into a fucking brawl. Because then you got the customers over there riding Merlino's dick, sitting outside on the benches
Oh, the
having
whole
a fucking
place would turn
cheesesteak.
on him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The whole
I
place
don't
would
think
turn
it
on
would
him.
be a I don't think it would be a smart move to go to the cheesesteak place.
It'll be a fucking
No,
brawl. Yeah.
it'd be an issue, I would imagine. I don't
Yeah,
see that. I don't
there'd
see
be
that
a
ending well.
fucking, with the way the internet works now, there'd be a fucking 100 people there looking to kill him.
Yeah. He's already got a lot of people over there hanging out.
I mean, you'd have just the regular mob humps and like mob fanboys and shit that would give him a smack just to
Yeah.
say that they did it. Not even worried about him kicking their teeth in, just to
They're
say that
probably
they
there
did
every
something to
day
the guy.
too. Yeah, hoping to see Joey come by.
Yeah.
Frankie's starting to do shadow boxing as we speak.
You're the best around.
Yeah, I heard he got knocked out by a shadow one time.
It crushed him. The weight of his shadow crushed 3 people at the beach last summer.
Yeah,
Could you imagine he's in the freezer at the cheesesteak place right now playing the Rocky D song, punching ribeyes and shit in the freezer.
Yeah, Nadu, if your goal is to make lifelong enemies, you're doing a pretty good job at it.
He's succeeding, right?
He's succeeding, yeah.
Yeah, he's in the freezer punching the fucking meat, and then you got Snuff standing there with the parlay on his phone.
Get him, Joe. Get him. I can see that. He's in there egging him on, throwing rolls at him and shit. Telling him, duck and weave on it, dude, duck and weave. And they're fucking throwing hoagie fucking Aversa rolls at him, whatever the fuck they're called. That'd be some funny shit.
Yeah, this is yeah. So when's Borello getting off of house arrest? When's that going down?
I didn't even know he was on house arrest. I have no idea what's going on with his shit.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I just heard him.
Well,
I heard him earlier saying that he was on that shit.
He's gonna, if he gets off of house arrest, it's gonna be
he's going to jail.
Whatever time that they give him.
Yeah, he's on that shit until he gets sentenced, I'm assuming.
And then he's probably going to be on some type of probation when he gets out too.
Yeah, supervised release, something, work release.
Yeah, he's in for a long road.
Yeah.
Now, see, I don't know exactly, what Florida, statutes or guidelines are for that whole incident that happened with that chick, but just the simple fact that he has, such a lengthy fucking history of doing shit in the past, and it seems like he hasn't really, learned his lesson, that they're gonna have to make an example out of him at some point, because when's it gonna fucking end or stop? You know what I mean? So he's probably definitely gonna do at least a couple of fucking years off this incident, unless the girl refuses to cooperate or testify against him, and he's able to get a deal because they're not gonna be able to take it to trial, and they have to drop some of this shit. But I don't know. I can't call it. Yeah. Hey. Maybe to switch things up, change the subject. Have you been watching any of the Karen fucking Reed updates on that shit, the case lately? You've seen what's been going on, right?
Oh shit! I'm trying to remember. I didn't see it, but I saw the headline. I forgot what the fuck they said.
Yeah, she's about to get acquitted.
Somebody took the stand, and they were talking about the car damage. and she was making faces and shit. I guess it was her friend or somebody that took the stand today. I don't know. She was making
Well, no,
faces.
the accident, the accident reconstructive specialist that the prosecution called, the one that does like all the forensics and shit like that.
Yeah,
on
about the
cross
car
examine.
damage. Yeah.
No. On cross examination, they were questioning him about his credentials and his background in order for him to have gotten the job. He claimed that he had a bachelor's degree in some type of field of, science, and he had 2 other degrees and specialized training and all this other shit. Come to find out on the witness stand, he lied about all of it. None of it was true.
Wow.
He has no fucking degree. He didn't pass any of these certifications, programs, or classes and shit. He lied to the fucking prosecution. They put the guy in the fucking witness stand, and it turned out that he fucking lied about all of his
Oh my
credentials and
God.
his background. Yeah. And then one of the accident reconstruction experts that analyzed the alleged broken pieces of taillights that were at the house. I think there was like 37 different pieces or whatever. 27 of the pieces that were at the fucking scene were from 3 different cars. None of them matched the make and model of the fucking woman's Lexus, and 17 of the pieces, even if you put all of them together, were more than the piece that was fucking broken on the actual car.
What kind of fucking taillight was this? Why so many pieces?
The cops planted the evidence.
There
Can't figure that
wasn't.
out? There wasn't. They planted it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It sounds like they overdid it.
They did
Maybe
the OJ
2, 3,
job.
4 pieces,
They did the
Some
OJ
shit.
job, bro. They were trying to frame somebody that they thought was fucking guilty and shit, and it was a cover up, bro.
It must have been
That's
some
what I'm trying to
taillight.
tell you. Yeah. The whole shit is fucking. The whole trial is just bonkers. There's a guy that's got a channel. If I remember, I'll text it to you. Maybe you can put it in the link, the description on the show, to check out this guy's channel and shit, because he's been going after the prosecution since the first fucking trial, and he's the one that's been breaking all of these news stories and information about all the corruption that's been going on within this police department and the I think it's the mayors or lieutenant governors or something that's related to these people are in the town. They run the town and shit that they're from. And they've since gone after him and indicted him on a whole bunch of fucking fraudulent charges and a whole bunch of fucking other shit. And they've been trying to like destroy this guy's life because he's been out and exposing fucking all of them.
Damn.
It's bad, man. Yeah, they're about to get there's already been a couple cops that have gotten fucking fired and shit like that. And there's gonna be a couple other ones that are gonna be facing some serious fucking problems because you have to remember that this is a murder trial. You understand?
Yeah.
They're going on there and they're committing perjury during a murder trial against somebody knowingly, intentionally doing so. That in and of itself can get them time. I'm talking about serious time for lying during a murder fucking trial. They could be facing the fucking life sentence in some states. That's how serious that shit is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. That whole trial is causing that's like world fucking news right now. At least in the country and shit all over the place. It's fucking like a trending thing right now. It's wild, man.
Sad part is if she gets away with this, that's it, right? And then they're not going to
She
go
didn't
after
get
the
away
cops.
with it though. She got framed,
But
man.
no, I know, but they're not going to go after the real perpetrators. That's it. Just like with the OJ
They might be
shit.
forced. They might be forced to because there's going to be countersuits and shit like that, and they're going to be looking into an investigation internally with the feds and shit like that because of all the stuff that's come out, bro. There's a movement right now with these play. It's just like that kid I told you before that was covering the Young Thug trial. That kid the Cuff Boys. It's channels. The Cuff Boys. There's channels like his that cover these trials and all the prosecutorial and government fucking misconduct that shed light on this shit and get the public to speak out against them and hold these people fucking accountable. And there's so many channels that are doing this. It's like I think it's a really important movement that people need to do to fucking.
They would
shine
have
light
to
on this
arrest
shit.
the whole precinct over there. There was a fucking house filled with cops and ATF guys. It's too
Well,
big, man. They're not
there's
going
like
to do that.
5 of them. There's like really 5 main,
Yeah.
main ones that would have to be held accountable and shit. The people that were involved in the accident, the evidence itself, the planting of it, and then the conspiracy to fucking lie and conjure fucking evidence and shit like that. But they're gonna have to get somebody to come forward and tell on the other person at some point because that's the only way they're gonna be able to break the fucking case and do it after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That would be a crazy way to, I don't know, just a crazy story. It's
Mark
already a crazy story, but
my words, it's coming.
yeah.
I'm predicting that right now. without a
scandal.
shadow, without a
Yeah.
doubt. Mm-hmm. You guys seen any of this fucking shit with the Diddy trial or anything like that? Like Kid Cudi is testifying the other day.
Yeah. I saw some of that. Yeah.
Well, you know what's sick, man? Have you seen the shit that's popped up about like these viral videos that are doing stories about the day-to-day shit that's going on in the Diddy trial, and they're putting out video and transcripts and testimony. They're saying the most recent one was that that actress Jennifer Lawrence.
What about her?
Well, they're doing this AI shit and putting out these viral fucking videos claiming that she submitted a testimony that was unsealed in letters that she documented, and giving out this whole layout about this private party that she went to and how they were trying to turn her into a Cassie basically, and turn her into a sex slave, and be involved in all these nefarious fucking sex parties and
Yeah.
trafficking and shit like that. But it's all fake. It's not true. It's all fake.
It was all AI shit.
It's all AI shit, and it's all been generated. Yeah, this
Wow.
this shit is a serious problem right now, man. It's hard to know like what's true and what's not.
Yeah.
They did one with a phone call between Diddy and his son through fucking jail supposedly, and it turned out that shit was fucking fake.
Oh, really? I thought that was for real. Wow.
No, that's all
crazy.
fake. The one where he's telling them to get rid of the pizza boxes and
yeah.
fucking how
On
come
the
Jay
jail
hasn't
call.
called? That's all fake. Not real. That's how fucked up this internet shit is, man.
It's the wild, wild west of this AI shit right now. It's all new, It's not regulated really, and it's just going to continue to grow and get worse. I think Trump just did the anti-revenge porn AI shit. He did that bill, so you can't do that.
What's that? What's that one? What is that one about? I didn't see that one.
You can't take somebody's face and make a porno out of it and then put it out there and try to shame them.
Oh
and stuff,
yeah. That's good though. It's good that they're doing that, man.
Yeah.
People need to be held accountable for that shit, man. You wouldn't want it done to you, right?
Nah, with the AI shit, that's horrible, man. So that's why it's already starting to get regulated a little bit, but it's still the wild, wild west, really, with shit. Like you can't tell. Like that could fuck up somebody's case, right there. Like
Fuck
Diddy,
up somebody's life.
Yeah.
Fuck the case. I'll fucking ruin somebody's life, man. Forget
I think
about
Little
it.
Dirk's dealing with that shit too, with fucking fake, phony shit that he never said.
Yeah, he's in a bad spot though. That kid's he's in trouble.
Well, he's another idiot. But...
Has anything else happened with the Diddler and Diet Paps and them? I heard earlier somebody was telling me that he was fighting with that new guy, the JT guy there. Diet Paps and him are fighting over Angel's Love.
Oh, they're fighting now?
I thought she was doing a show, Rat Trap.
Who?
Yeah, she was supposed to do that show tonight, right?
That's what I heard.
Oh, I don't know. Where is this at? Where is it?
Don't worry, you. On the Angel show.
Behind the paywall.
Oh, she's live.
Oh, it was members only, you said?
She's live?
Yeah, it says that she's live, but she's members only, so you can't see it.
Well, isn't that behind the paywall?
Yeah.
Do you have a membership?
No, I had a free one the past month. I guess it ran out the other day, so I don't have one any longer, so I can't see what's going on.
Oh shit! So she's on right now talking about whatever the fucking, but it's all private. You're saying?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
You chicken.
You punk. You weasel.
Punk.
All he is.
Say it to my face.
You couldn't shine my shoes.
Also, you're Jewish, Louis Kasman. You couldn't have baptized anyone's children. That's what her post says here 3 days ago.
For real? What is that about? Do you know?
I guess Louis Kasman went on that show and talked shit. I guess he said that my father told my brother John to make Louis his firstborn son's godfather. But that John picked Mikey Scars instead. Well, Louis, Carmine and my sister Victoria are his godparents. Also, you're Jewish, Louis. You couldn't have baptized anyone's children. By the way, Mikey Scars is John Gotti III's godfather.
Oh yeah, see, I told you that shit don't make no fucking sense. I mean, you would only have another made guy be your fucking kid's godfather in that life, man. I don't believe.
Yeah.
Listen, that Kasman character, man. I'm like at about
He's an odd
70,
he's an
30,
odd guy.
75, 25 for bullshit and truth on that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta take what he says with a grain of salt. So there's some truth
Well,
there,
he
but
was telling another story on that American Made thing that I didn't catch originally. It was in the end. I was listening back to it because I wanted to take a couple little sound bites for something that I wanted to do.
yeah.
And he was telling a story about how fucking one day when he was in Marion visiting Gotti senior on a visit, he said he couldn't go, he just would go with the family or whatever, that he bumped into the warden of Marion at church one day, and that he confronted him at the church about some decision he was making against Gotti for the mistreatment and stuff that he was getting at Marion, and then later at the prison hospital that he was in, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's telling him that he confronted this guy and met him at fucking church. And I'm sitting to myself and I'm like, you're fucking Jewish, man. What were you doing at fucking church on Sunday? You know what I mean? Like, huh?
Jews for Jesus. I remember that.
But
It was
yeah,
Jews
but
for
I mean,
Jesus.
just think about that shit. Like, what were you doing going to church on Sunday when you're fucking Jewish? You go to the synagogue. You don't go to fucking church.
You
The
go to
fuck is this guy
Sabbath on
talking about?
Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't even believe that story's probably even fucking true, to be honest with
Probably
you.
not. Yeah.
I think he made it up. Now, did the guy fucking, do stuff against senior in order to, give him bad fucking treatment and make his time miserable? I believe that. But the other 75% of, where it went down and what he said and how it transpired, I have a hard time believing.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what a lot of these people on the internet do, is they take a little bit of fucking truth and then they fucking mix it up with a whole bunch of fucking bullshit to make themselves either the heroes of the story or, have an excuse for something, or to play the fucking victim and point the finger and blame somebody else for it. I feel like that's what this whole internet shit is about these days. Everything. It's all smoke and mirrors, basically.
Everybody's the judge, jury, and executioner on here too. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, Bella one never knows. Yeah, I heard him say that comment. He said that Senior's dying wish was for him to divorce his wife and marry Angel, and then help his son, give his son Peter a job down with him at the garment center and shit like that.
It's my
And
dying wish.
and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, aren't you the guy that claims that you're the fucking adopted son of Louis Kasman? So Senior wanted you to commit incest by marrying your own sister?
I'm thinking about whether or not John really liked the guy.
I have a hard time believing much. Yeah, I know, especially if you wanted him to marry fucking Angel, you must have fucking hated him.
Yeah.
I just caught that.
Yeah.
Yeah, get her the
She's
fuck
your
out of my
headache
hair,
now.
huh?
Yeah, she's your headache now.
You take the reins.
Yeah.
Get her the fuck out of my hair.
God bless.
That's funny, dude. Yeah, maybe he was trying to torture him by having to marry her or something. That's hilarious.
Trying to set him up.
That was his punishment.
Yeah. And then you got a guy, that claims that he loves these people. I just hope that I don't have friends that fucking love me like he loves them, apparently, because fucking you see what he fucking do to you. I mean, that guy's a fucking I think he's a straight up bean shooter, straight fucking liar, that guy. I'm not believing much anything. It seems like he's another one of them guys that's on here just, for self-serving reasons, not the one that he claims that he's trying to set the record straight and to clear up, some falsehoods about himself or his relationship with the family, whatever it was. Seems like he's doing this for his own nefarious intentions. At least that's what I think. That's my opinion on it. But I could be wrong, but I don't
He's
think
looking for his 15 minutes of fame.
And I really do believe that. I think he's trying to work on some sort of documentary, maybe book or like movie or something. He's trying to do this to get like the story out there, a buzz going for it, to try to like pitch that shit to somebody. That's what I feel like his real intentions are. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, who the fuck knows what's on this guy's mind?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing, is that I can't ever rationalize it or understanding it because I don't think like that, and I don't understand how anybody could do that. So I can't figure these people out. I don't get what makes them tick.
It's probably a little
But
bit
it's
of
weird.
mental illness. Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely mental illness.
Some people are pathological liars and shit. They can't help themselves, even for no reason. They got no reason to lie, but they lie anyway. You know, I don't know. It's just
True.
how they are. They lie about every little thing in their life. You know.
I mean, there's guys in here that will lie, that literally lie about things they don't have to lie about.
Yeah.
Very true.
Gotti loving shills.
Yeah, it is true though. Like, yeah, people will come on here and say shit and lie about stuff there's
There's no
no
purpose
rhyme
for
or
it.
reason
Yeah.
or no purpose for it. They just lie to fucking live. You know?
It's got to
It's
be mental
weird.
illness, man, or like I don't know.
Attention or something, or who the fuck knows what. But it's an illness, mental illness. That's what it
Yeah.
definitely is.
Can't wait for Lewis to piss off Sammy.
Oh,
That would be a good
something
response.
something just popped up with like a picture or something that Mikey Scars posted about Sammy at a swimming pool or something. Did you see that? I don't know what it is. I can't look because I'm on here, but
They're
I
trying
was
to make fun of
fucking.
him because he got baptized.
Oh no, that was the old picture. That was funny when the water was boiling.
Yeah.
That was classic. I gotta give credit where it's due. That was definitely
Yeah,
a good
that
one.
was funny.
Yeah, that was slick. Yeah, look on the excuse me, the no excuses channel. That's what it was on. It popped up on there. I was just curious to see what it was. I don't know if
I'm
anybody on here
curious.
caught it, but
I'm curious to see how Lee Cole and that JT guy situation pans out.
Yeah, now that sounds like entertainment. I want to see some of that. Fuck you, dude. I've been around here for 4 years, dude. And you newcomers come in here and try to steal Angel's love away. It's not going to happen, dude. I don't know,
well,
Lee. You better be careful.
yeah, somebody was telling me that something happened with Diet Pat, or maybe I saw it on somebody's show. Maybe I was watching Eric's. I don't know. I was watching a show where somebody told me. I can't remember off the top of my head now, but I guess something happened where Diet Paps was on Angel's show, I'm assuming, with the JT guy and whatnot. And the JT guy brought up some shit about somebody was doing a show on him or like an interview or something. And Diet Paps was like, no, that's not true. They're not doing that. I don't see that. And JT was like, no, I'm telling you right now, they're doing a show on it. It's up. Go look right now. And he was trying to like get him to fucking, I don't know if he was trying to get him to like
Oh yeah,
respond or to say something or to attack somebody. And Diet
Yeah.
Paps was like, oh, let me make a phone call. I'll come right back, or whatever. And I guess he fucking disappeared and never returned.
Shit.
yeah, he jumped off.
Did you see it, Howie, or no?
I saw it.
Oh, okay. So that is what happened though. That basically, or
Yeah,
did I
he
miss
was
something?
trying
Many
to
parts
say
of it.
that some channel was going to interview his son, and Lee got pissed off about that.
I'll agree with it's a wrap right there in their comment. He said that Angel will side with JT, not with Lee, because JT is making her money.
That's why he's got to be
And
careful. How
well,
he talks to him, what he says about this JT guy.
I'll agree.
She might not want to hear it.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with you that I believe that if push came to shove, she would throw Lee under the bus like she's done to everybody else, but also for the fact that she knows that she can control Lee and she can't technically control the other guy. He's kind of like a wild card still at this point. And that Lee will bend because he's already done it once or twice just since this MRE shit. The Diddler calling him out and doing the interview with his son
Well,
and him copping please.
evidently Lee already bent. Becky Town says on Angel's pre-show, Lee jumped on panel with JT and said that he and JT have no problem with each other.
Oh my God.
See, if she'll do it to Angela, nobody's safe. You know what I'm saying? Like if she'll go against Angela, Kasparosa, Maureen, if she'll go against them,
yeah,
over this guy, Lee's not safe.
And you know what the other thing that I'm sick and tired of hearing fucking people say? I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that fucking Angel isn't on here because of the money. She doesn't come on here. She doesn't care about money. That's not why she was on here anyways. It's not about fucking the money that she's making on her fucking show. Bull fucking shit. That
I
is
think every
fucking it.
show's
If you
every
believe,
episode's members only.
yeah, if you believe for fucking 2 goddamn seconds that she doesn't care about money and that she's so financially well off and stable that she doesn't need the fucking donations and stuff that she gets, then she wouldn't accept donations from anybody. If you listen to shows that Mikey Scars does, he comes on a show. I was catching some the other day because he had a catchy title and I wanted to see what he was talking about. And during that show, he told people flat out, "Do not donate to the show. I don't need your money. Whatever. If you want to do anything and support us on the Patreon, that's fine. But please don't give us any money on the show. Or if you do, I'll use it to buy some people subscription to the Patreon for a month for a couple people, whatever you guys do. But please don't do that." I've never heard her one time come on and say, "I'm not accepting donations today. I'm not here for the money. Don't give me $1. As a matter of fact, I'm going to disable it right now and take it down or send you the money back if you give it to me." If she don't care about the money that much and she don't need it, then anytime somebody sends her something, she should send it back to them. And on that interview Kasman did with the American Made guy, Kasman said on that show that he sent Angel a donation that she claims goes to her fund for her animals or her cats or whatever. And they asked him about it. And he said that, well, she accepted the money. She can't hate me that much. She didn't send it fucking back to me. She kept it.
Yeah.
Well,
So
her last name wouldn't be Gotti if she wasn't about the money.
very true.
Didn't she
Very
say
fucking
people are
true.
jealous of all the money she's making now? Everybody's jealous. Didn't she say that? And I think Angela said,
I
"I
didn't
was
hear it
never
personally, but I
jealous. I
believe
was
it.
never
care
I
less how
believe it.
much money she's making.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could give two shits. It's just the fact that people are on here trying to claim that she's not on here to make money, like nobody else is on here to make money, and that she's financially well off and she's stable. If she's so financially well off and so stable, then why did her brother have to fucking help her and bail her out in the house or whatever that shit was back a while back and take off? She would have never been in that fucking situation she was in if she was fucking good. So I don't know where people came up with this, because her brother has money or Victoria had that mansion. That was because of Carmine. That was because of her husband. That house also went into fucking foreclosure and they went belly up in it too. The only
See,
one that's really financially secure, I would say, out of them is probably Junior and Victoria, but she's got her own shit going on. But Angel ain't got no fucking money and shit like that. I don't believe that for a second.
they all do that shit though. Like there's some sort of Robin Hood, so noble. Like, oh please, we're not here for donations. We're only monetized for no reason.
Well,
Yeah, we only have a
and
membership now because we don't want trolls to come in the chat. So we do private shows. Pay us
Yeah.
$10 a month, and then you talk
And
about
then
how
they
many you
brag
have,
about how
how
much
many
they're bringing
memberships
in.
you got every
Yeah.
month.
Yeah.
you got to be a real idiot to do a show and not want to make money.
Yeah.
I know it's fucking
Especially if
retarded.
you're monetized.
Because what's the point of getting monetization if you're not here to make money?
Exactly.
You would just do your show and you wouldn't monetize your channel. You would just do your show, and if people wanted to donate or give you money, they would. But then you also wouldn't have a Cash App, a Venmo, or a fucking
Exactly.
PayPal and tell people how to
Yeah.
give you money if you weren't here to get fucking money. I mean, it's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life that somebody actually believes it because she said it on her show. You guys haven't figured out that she lies about fucking everything. I mean, the woman said what a scumbag fucking lowlife that fat chickie was because he lied or he swore on his grandchildren that, something that was true that fucking wasn't, that he fucking lied about. And you got to be a sick, disgusting human being about it. And then she goes and she does the similar fucking thing with the alleged relationship between her daughter and the fucking diddler over there. And then Angela goes on the show and says that she's lying about it. So she's doing the same thing that she called somebody else a scumbag lowlife for, and she apparently does it herself. I mean, it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
I just don't get it, man. I really don't. I'm
Same
never
thing
gonna
with
figure this shit
Scars.
out.
He says don't donate, but they do 95% of their content behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Like, please, guys, we don't need it. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody's on here to fucking make a penny. They're just on
And I'm an
here,
asshole,
for free. Yeah.
Well, Kasparosa put out a post.
What do you say?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah,
What do you say?
it's like he sent a letter to John A. Gotti, and
Yeah.
yeah, about a year ago, and
A year
yeah,
ago.
has some disclosures here. I don't know. He's telling them off.
Oh, okay. So damn, so Diet Pap's already bent the knee to that fucking guy already too. After that's funny.
What's gonna have a big war with that guy, and how's it gonna end? It's gonna end with her giving him the boot, right? And then
I think so. I guarantee you, it would be him over them for sure. I don't know why he thinks he's special,
Yeah.
but he'll find out. What do they say? A hard head makes a soft ass.
yeah,
Oh,
At this point, who cares what she's got to say? Everything she said has been proven to be
it's
lies.
all bullshit anyway. Yeah,
yeah, you can't believe it anyways. Exactly. At that point, you're just listening to it just to listen to and know the fact that she actually comes on here and says this shit with a straight face and plays fucking stupid and will lie straight to your face and then tell you she doesn't lie. I mean, that's the comedy in
I think a lot of people are hip to that shit now.
it.
I don't think they.
We've been hip to that shit 4 fucking
Yeah,
years ago. These idiots are still trying to figure this shit
I
out.
think it
It's
took for them
incredible.
to see what she did to her closest people for them to realize, that maybe something's not
They're
right
all
with this woman.
Well, Duck says
useful idiots.
Scars does the same thing. 95% of his content is behind a paywall, but they don't want donations.
Yeah, exactly.
They all do that
Yeah,
shit.
he says, yeah, they all do the same thing. It's funny, man.
I love the assholes that say, "Don't donate to anybody. Why would you give them money?" Meanwhile, they got their fucking cash app up there,
Yeah,
and they're
scrolling
taking
across the
trips,
thing.
yeah,
hmm
or buying bullshit.
I mean, the irony is just that the whole thing is just fucking hilarious to me. And the other thing too, right, is that I just thought of something, speaking of like, little analogies or little catchphrases and shit. Just one more thing about the Nadu thing and claiming that, he knows Gene Gotti is boss. You guys all heard this phrase before. That old saying is that who died and made you boss? Or who
Yeah,
died and made you king?
yeah,
That's for a reason. So who died and made him boss? That's the
shit.
question. And there's your answer. Nobody.
It's another thing I noticed too with the fight with Angela.
Mm.
Afterwards, that JT guy came on, and the way he was talking to Angel, like she had no, like he didn't respect her at all. Like she was like, "Wait a minute, I'm talking. It's my show." And he just keeps going. And he's like, "No, fuck that. She said I was the," like just taking over the whole thing, like it's his, like it was his show. So I think Dux is
Yeah.
right with what he said there. She,
I didn't get to hear that part. I mean, I heard it happen, but I heard he was like using
the
all
way he
kinds
was
of like,
talking to her was
derogatory
crazy, bro.
terms to her and shit. I heard
Yeah,
that, yeah.
I would never.
And they said
She's
that she
pissed me
didn't
off.
she didn't
Yeah,
defend him or nothing.
no.
Or Angel, I mean, she didn't defend Angel or nothing. Just
No,
let
he
him
was
go on
calling
there
her
and
the C
trash her.
word in front of her, and Angel didn't say stop it. She was telling Angela, listen to him. Listen to him. He's speaking. And he was calling her the C word and all this shit. And Angel didn't say, whoa, 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 yeah.
Well,
So he was running the show over there. So she backed herself into a corner with this guy. And
well, that is the other thing too. The rap makes a good point is that if they're getting $4 or $5 every month and they got 600 people and whatnot, a lot of those memberships that they have were donated by like other people that bought 10 memberships or 20 fucking memberships like multiple fucking times. When those people don't want to renew those memberships or pay that chunk or donate every single month, that's going to get cut in 2/3 or in half at some fucking point.
within a
And then
month,
on top of that. Yeah, and then on top of that, YouTube takes 30% fucking cut. So even if you get 3, you're down to what? 2?
yeah.
Or if you're at 20, 2,000,
And then
you're
she might
down to
have to
fucking
split that too.
1,200. And then and then what percentage are you giving to your partner or anybody else for any of the shit that you're fucking doing? So you're talking about a few $1,000s at best, even with the private donations they get.
That's why I think she has to keep this drama going, no matter who it's with or whatever. She's got to talk about it instead of just keeping that shit with Angela and Maureen quiet and maybe working it out behind the scenes. They got to come on
That,
here and talk about that bullshit like it's a big fucking news bulletin. And
bro,
because she has to keep the memberships going, and people got to have a reason to watch. You know, if you ain't got no drama going on, she ain't got nothing else to talk about. So
I,
she ain't gonna be
I, I
playing Jeopardy on fucking paywall.
a paywall, yeah, and I agree with you 100%. And for the people that said that, she hates the drama and the fucking, wash woman talk or whatever,
Bullshit.
bullshit. She fucking loves it. If she hated it like she hates it and shit, she wouldn't even be on here. She would have left fucking 3 years ago.
Yeah, and all the
I don't
bullshit she
know.
left a long time ago. But
I don't know how people fall for that bullshit fucking narrative that she fucking puts out and shit like that,
yeah,
man. It's
that's what I'm
fucking
saying, Mo.
retarded.
She made it
Well,
public. Yeah,
according to Maureen, they tried keeping it behind the scenes. She made it public.
yeah, that's what I'm
We
getting
not we
at.
not we not we, yeah we never said that you guys did it fucking
No,
publicly.
not
We're
you.
saying
She
she
did.
she she does it, not
Yeah,
you guys.
because
She
she's trying
does.
to find any excuse for content. You know, like, oh, this would be a good thing for the
Well,
show. You know,
I'm gonna tell you what the
yeah,
other thing is, right?
yeah,
Not only is it what you're saying in regards to the drama and it being good for her show to keep her fucking show going, but the other thing is that she knows that a private conversation is gonna be her word versus somebody else's fucking word. So if she can fucking come on and do it on here, that she feels as though nobody can spin, she can control the narrative basically and
damage
just call
control.
somebody else
Yeah,
a lot. Exactly. But if
I
she
know
does it in
people have done
private,
that. Yeah,
yeah. But if she does it in private, she can't do that because nobody else is gonna hear about the conversation or nothing like that. So she does it on here for that exact fucking reason. People
yeah.
need to wake up, man. Y'all people need to fucking wake the hell up, man, and listen to people that, no pun intended, have common sense and call this shit out before it even happens. And we've done it so many times. We've said that they were gonna do X, Y, and Z, pulled the moves and explained, and it's come out true every fucking time, like clockwork.
What's up, Nightmare? What's up, Furbo?
What up, Nightmare? Furbo, what's going on? Where do you see
Nightmare
Furbo? I
Bro.
don't see Furbo. You see Furbo now? Where's Furbo?
He was in here earlier.
Who's that right now? Oh no,
Got
Bubba
Bubba
J.
J. What up, Bubba?
Oh,
I
Bubba,
thought
what's going on,
all I
Bubba?
saw was orange.
Yeah, Furbo was in here earlier.
What's up, Dio? Yeah, sorry if I missed anybody in the chat. I wasn't watching. I just turned on a few minutes ago
Yeah,
looking
me
at it
too.
now.
Bingo. Bingo.
Exactly. It's fucking, man. It's so pathetic, man. Listening to these people actually believe the shit that comes out of this fucking lady's mouth, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, she sounded
I
batshit
just don't.
crazy the other night.
What was bingo? I missed it.
That's a little
She
phrase she always says.
Oh, bingo, right. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
bingo.
Bingo.
she said that one
Exactly.
night. Yeah.
Jesus, I
Yeah.
just imagine her saying that doing something else.
Oh
She
God.
thought she was making a point. It was a stupid
Yeah.
point.
Bingo.
Bingo.
Bingo. You found it.
Oh my God.
My
That's
man
fucking
Sven. Thank
hilarious.
you, brother.
What's up, Templar? Sven, my dude. We got the weather
Shouts to
report from
Templar.
Sven.
Yes, we
Sven gave
did. It
out
was
the
beautiful.
Denmark weather report today. It's nice and sunny,
Accurate
it
weather
looks like.
forecast. Yeah.
That's right. But yeah, man,
Well,
this shit on here is it's too damn funny sometimes, you know what I mean? It's sad at the same time though that these people act like that and do this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
well, as far as I'm concerned, they can keep doing it for my entertainment.
I agree with you, yeah.
It gives me
It
shit to
is
talk
fun.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives other people comments, shit to fucking talk about, and then shit to just point out and laugh about that you've been saying for forever, and some people are just fucking figuring out now because it's finally happened to them, you know.
Yeah.
And Maureen did make a point the last time that we did speak to her on here when she says that a lot of the time, things that happen and shit that was said or shit that was done got overlooked because they kind of had a blind eye to it because they were friends with somebody or didn't really see it, or maybe they didn't want to really look at it for what it actually was, and they got over on them or got a pass basically because they didn't see it at first until the shit started happening to them, and then they started seeing all of it and they were like, holy shit, it was right there in front of me the whole fucking time.
Yeah. No, it
Which is
takes
what
a
we were saying
yeah.
about MRE the whole fucking time too. All those little comments and all those little shit that that shit was all there the whole time. People just fucking didn't want to didn't want to accept it or have or own it and admit that it was fucking true. But it was there the whole time. Ain't nothing changed. It's all the
Yeah.
same shit. You know?
Can't say we
So
didn't tell you so. Some people got to see it on their own. They gotta experience it for themselves. Learn
yeah,
the
they gotta
hard
find
way.
out the hard way. Yeah.
Find out who people
Yep.
really are. She showed her true colors for people on here. Yeah.
Oh,
So
big time. And if you listen to stuff that everybody was saying, it's not like motherfuckers weren't warning you. We tried.
yeah, and it'll never be the same, especially for her. The trolls turned against her now. She lost all those people. And
But they
once
didn't.
this guy
But that's the
leaves,
thing. But that's the thing, bro, with her is that she didn't care because the trolls don't give money. They don't fucking donate to nobody's channels. They don't fucking support nobody, pay nobody's bills, or give anybody fucking donations and shit. They're just
yeah, but she had
troublemakers
a
and pot
band of
stirrers.
fucking misfits to, if she got mad, they would go out there and troll for her and do whatever the
She
fuck,
got a new
fuck
one.
with people. She got a new one until this guy leaves. And then where the fuck is she? Because this guy's new, he ain't got no fucking loyalty to her. He's just fascinated by the last name. These guys, the trolls were with her for at least 3-some years since she got involved in this shit.
Oh yeah, no, my point being is just the fact that she might have lost a certain group of trolls, but she got a new one. But these trolls come with people who fucking buy memberships and donate
Yeah.
money, actually.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's a big difference between those two particular groups, because one of them groups did the same shit, but they didn't have any, financial or monetary gain by being associated with them. It was all just drama, headaches, and bullshit. Now she's got both of them things in the bag.
Yeah.
So I just find it I find it kind of funny. I think it's amusing. Like Howie said, we get some good entertainment out of it,
That's for
Yeah.
sure.
and it's never ending apparently, because there's something new every motherfucking day. Shit that I didn't even know was going on, I'm finding out about. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know who these people are, man. It's like
Yeah.
you get rid of one scumbag and 3 other ones replace them.
Yeah, I don't know where they come from or how they find this shit, but they find it and they
Bro, your
sink
guess
their
is as
teeth
good
in.
as mine.
Yeah.
And if Jeff
Like,
Nadeau is mad about anything we said, he has only his himself to blame. Do your show and stop including us into the show.
yeah, stop making little fucking comments and little fucking side jabs and shit like that. Your little fucking innuendos and bullshits like that,
Yeah.
Leave that shit out of it.
Innuendo boy.
And stop lying, man. Fucking guy. Don't you remember a couple years back when he was fighting with Loman, that he accused him of biting off materials and copying shows and shit that he's done and stealing other people's content and doing shows on them, acting like they were his? Remember when he said that about him? Was accusing him of doing that shit? Stealing Wikipedia articles and shit from other fucking people. This guy did a whole show and stole an entire fucking article from Jerry fucking Capici and acted like it was his.
Yeah. And meanwhile, these other people he was talking about, they were only stealing Jerry Capici's material, and then Jeff was telling people that they stole his material.
It's like it makes it like a big
Fucking
merry-go-round, like it's recycled. Jerry
I
Capisci
did it.
writes it, and
Yeah.
another guy takes it.
He's like, I wrote it first.
yeah. I mean, he literally had the fucking balls to say that he does more research but does more investigating and finds everything out. He's got more resources than everybody and puts, the time in to do all this, and he knows and shit. And then here he goes stealing an entire fucking article. I'm talking about verbatim from this guy. How the fuck did he? The only reason why he thought that he was possibly even going to get away with that is because it's behind a paywall on Capici's Gangland website, and the only way that you were going to find that article is if you went and you searched his name for articles that he wrote about, because it was from 6 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
It was never going to pop up on his
Yeah,
column
and
page, because only the new shit pops up on there.
and if it wasn't for all the shit that he started, I wouldn't. I have a
Wouldn't even have
Gangland
looked.
membership. I just
Yeah.
said, you know what? Let me see what the fuck Jerry Capici wrote about Gene Gotti, and there it was.
Oh,
The same
yeah,
shit
and
that Nadeau said.
Damn.
And that's the important part I want to clarify before somebody fucking spins it and says that, you know, Howie was trying to find stuff to see if Nadu was whatever. No, he just went on Capichi to find out if Capichi said anything about Gene being the boss of the family.
Right.
And that article happened to pop up. And as he read it, he's looking at it and realized that it was literally the fucking show that Nadu did from the fucking top of the article to the end. Exactly the same, man. So if you want to come on this YouTube shit and claim that you got the best channel, you're the best at what you do, you're the most thorough researched and reporting and sources and stuff like that, and then you do an entire show and you stole it from somebody fucking else, how the fuck could anybody give you credibility or take you seriously in your fucking life? If you were in school, you would have got thrown out of college for that shit. For plagiarism.
Damn.
Yep.
They would have taken your scholarship and kicked you out of school for plagiarizing somebody else's work and material and not crediting them for it. And that's literally what he did. So how many other fucking articles and information has he stolen from other fucking sources and then done shows on it and acting like it was all his own fucking doing? And you got to remember something.
Well,
there's nothing that he's doing on his show, or at least 90% of the stuff that he's doing on his show, that he didn't get from somebody fucking else. It's impossible. So at least you got to give the people credit for the sources that you got this information from. That's what you're supposed to fucking do.
yeah, exactly. You're supposed to say, like, and if you want to read the whole article, you can go to ganglandnews.com and read it there.
Yep. And he don't fucking do that. So
that's
a character. That's like low fucking integrity. Like you lack fucking character and morals and ethics and shit like that if you're gonna do stuff like that. While you call somebody else for doing the exact same fucking thing.
That's what all of these like body cam, police body cam shows do. They'll play some of the guy's video who they got it from, and then they'll say, if you want to watch the whole video, go to so and so's channel, and as long as they do that, they can use that guy's video.
Yep. Bingo. Exactly.
It's like when you show like movie scenes during like I don't know, documentary, you gotta put like courtesy of Universal Films or some shit, or courtesy of NBC.
You gotta put it in the footnotes and the fucking endnotes and let the people know where you got it from, and give credit to the people that actually got the information or put it out and shit that you're using on there. You can't take their fucking shit and then like he'll do shows and say that he does what is it? What does he say about the people he used, like lesser known fucking people, like obscure people or whatever that are lesser known that people don't really know fucking much about? Well, he's getting that information from fucking somebody else that he's taking it from because of his not known information, and these people are dead. He wasn't talking to them getting the fucking information, so obviously he took it from somebody else, no?
Right.
I mean, it's impossible not to.
Oh, yeah. How do you become a mobologist in this day and age and try to avoid plagiarizing? How do you
by giving people the links and the sources to where you got the information from, so they can.
Well, how do you be original? I mean, I guess. How can you be original?
Well, you can be original by doing fucking interviews or talking to people that knew people and speaking to them and getting the information directly from these people, not taking them from sources that you read on another article or watched another video on and then repeated on your show like it's brand new information that you found your fucking self and came up with. That's how. It's different. It's different if you're gonna speak about somebody that somebody did a show on and talk about them or whatever, and then doing an entire show and taking everything fucking verbatim and then acting like it was your own fucking work product. You can't do shit like that. Just like on here, you can't take somebody else's content, meaning somebody else's videos, their material that they put out that's theirs, that you then take and play on your fucking show. It's copyrighted, right? And you'll get shut down and taken it down for that, no?
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's taken a written form, written articles, in words in writing on in this case on the internet on pages, but if somebody wrote it in a book or paper, whatever, and then doing a video on it, speaking, and then acting like it was fucking his because these other guys did an article, he did a video. That's not how it works, man.
I'm sure Jerry Capici knows all of this, but he's playing it smart. He doesn't want to fucking mention the dude's name and give him any of his
Yeah, viewers
followers.
fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to give him the satisfaction to go over there and send people to his fucking channel.
I could see Jerry Capricci not being happy with that. I'm sure he's got like a.
No, he's not. But if he mentions the dude's name, everyone's gonna go and look and see what the dude's.
Yeah, because they're gonna take all the people that are subscribed to him and follow him, and then send them over to this channel that's stealing all of his shit, or some of his shit, I should say, not all of it, but at least stole one or two different fucking articles from the guy.
You think Capici's ever seen Angel's show before, or, or any other crazy shit, or like Tony Pizza, or any of the crazy shit that's going on around here?
I doubt it.
Who knows? I mean,
it's possible, but I doubt it though. Anything's possible.
It would have to pop up in his feed, right? Like if he's on YouTube, I don't know. He's an older man, but if he's using YouTube and looking up mafia shit, wouldn't it pop up like a random suggestion? And
yeah, maybe.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it will pop up, but if the title is not speaking on something that he's necessarily interested in or he sees, I mean, I'm sure he knows maybe she has a channel, or maybe if she has somebody on for an interview or something that he gets wind of that he wants to do a story on, he might hear something, he might watch it.
I just wonder what he thinks when he hears Angel's show and all the nut jobs. Like, you heard what Edwin said? Edwin told me. It's like, oh my God, you're fighting about what Edwin said? I mean, really?
Didn't he write some stuff about Gene Barillo and the lawsuit?
Who?
Capici?
Yes. Yes, he did. I'm pretty sure. And the post and Capici, I think, touched on it or spoke about it, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of speaking of fucking Mr. Tuxedo over there, five suit Freddy, he made a comment on that American Made Guy short that he did when Kasman was talking about how Senior wanted him to divorce his wife and marry Angel and shit like that. This motherfucker was in the comment after the video on the short talking something like no, nobody is allowed to marry Angel. She has the protection of all the 5 YouTube families, including mine, or some shit like that. And I thought that it was a troll that was taking his name and making, like a ridiculously stupid fucking comment on the video. And I clicked on it and it was him.
Wow.
I couldn't even fucking believe it. I'm like, what the fuck? What a strange fucking bird, man. That's a weird motherfucker right there, boy. Weird. Very fucking weird.
Look what I liked gay uncle said. Basically saying what I said.
That's
how you know John Senior hated Kasman.
Yeah.
And wanted him to marry Angel.
Exactly.
You can't say no.
And even he said, I wasn't gonna fucking marry her. And then he said that the father used to call her fucking stupid and say that she was the dumb one out of the fucking bunch. I thought that was funny.
I heard some shit. I guess Angel called her mom on live on the phone or something, or it was a video she played.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, yeah, they're saying, Dad called me a rat. Do you think Dad would call me that? And the mom was like, hell no, or something like that. Like, who said this?
Oh my God.
He would never say such a thing.
You don't even have you don't in that situation. You don't even have to call your mother and say, "Hey, make sure you don't say that Dad called me a rat." You can just call her out of the blue, and of course, she's not going to admit to that.
It's just like when MRE called his mother and asked if he was a fucking chomo and shit. What was she gonna go on there and say? Yeah, he fucking diddled my granddaughter and his niece. I mean, I believe the mother. I don't believe him, but if the mother said he didn't do it, I believe her. Like, yeah, she's gonna tell you the fucking truth. She's gonna tell people, yeah, he's a fucking diddler. You know?
Yep.
I mean, give me a fucking break, man. One of the dumbest things I ever heard. That's like calling somebody's lawyer and asking them if they fucking ratted on anybody. And the lawyer said, no, they would never do that. I'm going to take the lawyer's word for it. He said he wouldn't do that. I believe him.
Shit.
What an asshole.
Thank you, Danny.
What's up, Danny?
Who's that? Danny Green?
Yeah.
What's up, Danny?
Shouts to the anonymous person out there.
Anonymous.
And Templar. Shouts to Templar. How you
Well,
doing? Huh?
I think I'm gonna make myself something to eat. I skipped dinner
Yeah.
for this.
All right.
All right, man.
I'll be listening.
Yeah.
If you guys are still on, maybe I'll jump back on. But I gotta make something to eat.
All right.
Yeah, no
Cool.
All
problem,
right.
man. Sounds
Yeah.
good, man.
Good
I
night
don't
to
know how much
everybody.
Thank you,
longer
Howie.
I'll be on, but
Good night to everybody in the chat. Good night, Smoke, Comment. All right.
all right,
Later,
now.
Howie.
Later, man. Later, brother.
What up,
All right.
Tony Buick?
Well, that was eventful. That was kind of fucking out the blue, but I guess it turned out to be a decent, show discussion or whatever. So that's cool.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys came on. I had nothing to talk about, and I'm glad you guys came on. I wanted to hear what he had to say too, or you guys had to say about the Gene Gotti becoming boss thing too. So
Oh yeah, so that worked out good then.
yeah,
I just happened to catch fucking some of it earlier, and then I was listening to some of Eric's show and shit, and I guess I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but I heard like probably like 15, 20 minutes at the start of it, but it seemed to be that he was kind of in agreement with what we were saying, where he didn't think that, Gene was boss, and that shit didn't really have anything to do. The funeral was just, his interpretation of it was wrong and shit like that. So there's a couple things he said he did agree with him that I don't agree with him on, but other than that, I mean, that's his, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, so it's no big deal.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it would be pretty cool if Gene actually was the boss. He would have three different Gottis as bosses of that family. I mean, that would be pretty historic. I don't know.
I don't think that they would ever allow that or want that ever, because just for the attention alone, they wouldn't fucking want to do that.
To have a Gotti as the head again.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts all over because that name
Mm-hmm.
is a trophy for the feds. They hear that name, they don't give a fuck how old you are, who you are. You could be the fucking great 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 grandson. If your name is John Gotti the fucking fifth, you're going to fucking jail, asshole. You know,
Yeah. No, I agree. That's another reason why it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that they would ever want to fucking go back to that. And I got a hard time believing that fucking Gene would want that bullseye on his back either. I mean,
that's
what
the
does
main
he
thing I
get?
can't understand. Yeah,
What does he get out of it? At the end of the day, the guy cemented his legacy and who he was and what he did, and he was stand up and he owned his oath and respected his shit and held his mud, and that's to them that's what it's fucking about. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he needs something to prove by becoming boss at fucking 80 something fucking years old. I
well,
mean,
maybe he
for
just
what?
needs the money. I mean, maybe.
No, 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 no. He was trust me, that guy was taking care
Yeah.
of his family and shit.
So then,
Yeah.
what the fuck does he need the headaches for? Why would he come back to this shit? Just come home, retire. You're pushing 80. Why the
Well,
fuck would you want
nobody,
to? Huh?
but the thing is, bro, is that nobody has proof he's even doing anything. All the guy did was go to a funeral for a guy he's known for fucking 60 years.
Still not
There's
a
no
good look.
proof. Why? You can't go, you don't
I
want to go to a
mean,
funeral for a childhood friend?
of course you want to. You don't give a fuck. You're gonna go anyway. But
Right.
you are
So
who
what's the,
you are at the end of the day, and your friends are your friends at the end of the day.
so
They
you
are
can't
who
go
they
to his
are.
funeral?
No, you can, but don't think that you're not going to be scrutinized for it, or it doesn't look suspicious.
I think if he was worried about and suspicious, he wouldn't have went there at all.
Yeah. No, he knows it. I mean, he knows there's going to be guys there, and unsavory reputations, I might say. And
Exactly. And
yeah,
if he's the fucking boss and he's not trying to get fucking jammed back up, then you wouldn't go there.
yeah.
And the dude literally said that in his video, in the first video he did. He literally said bosses and other families and members and shit don't go to these wakes and funerals and shit because they know how it would be interpreted or looked at by the feds that are surveilling these fucking places. So they intentionally avoid it and don't go to these things. But Gene Gotti was there as a show of force to let everybody know. If you're the boss, you don't have to let everybody knows already. Who do you have to tell? The fucking government? You
Well,
think the guys in the family don't know he's the fucking boss? He has to tell people at a Gambino family member's funeral that he's the fucking boss and they don't know that? They didn't know it before that? I mean, come on, man.
I don't
That the
know.
whole thing is so ridiculously stupid. You just got to think about it. Anybody with an IQ over fucking room temperature knows fucking that shit didn't mean goddamn nothing.
Hmm. I don't know. The Genovese, they didn't know who the boss was for a while. They were confused.
The family knew who the fucking boss was.
Yeah. I heard there were captains didn't even know who the fucking boss was. They thought it was
Okay, so then when one of those guys got ordered
Fonzie
to a
Thierry.
sit down,
Yeah.
when one of those guys got ordered to a sit down or they got told to fucking do something and it wasn't coming from the boss, then they would question and say, well, why do I have to do that? They ain't the fucking boss.
Well, they thought somebody else was the boss. Like, what's his name? Fat Tony Salerno. Fucking, they thought he was the boss. It
No,
was
the
the chin.
government thought he was the boss. The family didn't think he was the boss. They knew it was the chin because after
Oh,
Salerno got indicted, the other cooperator says, no, Salerno was never the fucking boss. Gigante was the fucking boss. You just were under the assumption, the government, meaning the government, that he was the fucking boss. Everybody in the family knew he was the fucking boss. You have to know who your boss is.
thing about it is, I never remember hearing Gene Gotti renouncing Cosa Nostra. You know, he did 30 years. He comes home, he's still Cosa Nostra. What they got to give him something, right? They got to give him something,
No?
captain,
Why?
something.
For what?
He's
What do
part of
they,
the fucking family. He's still on record. He's part of the
bro?
fucking family.
e- Everybody in that life goes to prison, dude. You're expected to fucking, if you get knocked and you get arrested, to do your
Yeah,
time and come home as
but
a
no, I'm
man.
saying he didn't come home and retire. He came home. He's back in business.
There
You know
is
what
no
I'm saying?
retire. There really is no
Yeah.
retiring from the mob. But the guy's 80 fucking years old, dude. What is he gonna do?
So much time has passed. It's a new world. He'd be dumb to get out there and try to be a boss. Like, well, you don't even know what the fuck's going on out there. The technology, all the new ways of fucking, all the shit going on out there. I think it would be overwhelming. 30 years,
That that's
and
why
then
I'm
you come
telling
home.
you, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. The whole thing makes no sense, man. You got to give me a rational explanation for why the people that have been in power, that have been the boss, acting boss, under boss, etc., would move out of the way just because a guy came home from doing a bid. Look at fucking Ernie Boy, Badalamenti. The guy did what, 35, 40 fucking years in prison and shit for all that stuff, and he came home. What, did they make him captain, whatever? No, he's still a fucking soldier. They don't
Maybe
owe him
we're,
shit. What's
maybe,
Johnny Carnick's doing? Is he the underboss then? He did the same amount of time that Gene did.
yeah, but maybe we're underestimating how respected Gene was before he went away.
You don't think Nicky Carrazzo was just as respected as he was?
Yeah,
So why would Nicky step down and give it to Gene when they're both two respected guys?
maybe he don't want the headaches no more. Say, hey, Gene, you want to,
Now,
it's a
now you're
welcome
just
home
talking
gift.
crazy.
I know.
Now
I'm
you're
just
just
fucking.
now
I'm
you're
just
just
trying to
talking
pick your
crazy,
brain.
man. Yeah, now you're just talking. Now you're just fucking with me.
I'm trying to come up with scenarios here.
No, I mean, yeah, I understand. It's good to speak about it and try to figure it out, but you just have to think with fucking common sense and just say like that doesn't make any
If he
sense.
was
There's
smart,
no,
he'd come home and retire and stay the fuck away from all that shit because he don't even know what's going on out there. And
and whether you do or you don't believe Kasman, he claims that fucking Gene was well taken care of in his family. And he doesn't need for nothing, even when he comes home. That he was set up. And I guarantee you that Junior, one of them guys, had to put money to the side, for when he came home as a fucking gift and shit. I'm sure people gave
you
him
would
money
hope.
and shit like that.
You would hope. I doubt they were saving for 30 years for this guy, or that maybe
You
they
don't need
put
to
some
save for 30
businesses
years, but
or
you get a little fucking
property.
envelope by it.
Yeah,
Bro, you have 200 something alleged fucking made members in the family. Everybody puts in 500. The guy's got fucking almost a fucking what, $250,000.
yeah.
Everybody gives him a G or something. He's good. You know what I mean? What is he?
It's a nice little nest egg. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think somebody's trying to set this guy up and put out a bad thing out there on his name. Like, yo, this guy's the boss now. Maybe they're trying to fuck with Gene, or they're trying to instigate a beef between Nadu and Angel. Bringing this shit up because this shit comes out of nowhere. Like, where did this shit come from? Like.
What, him saying this shit?
Yeah, like, it just comes out of
I
nowhere.
told you. No, no, no. I told you what it was, is that he gave his opinion on this and spoke on it, and Bernstein did a video talking about it. So Nadu came out and had to remind everybody and tell everybody that he was the first one that came out to tell everybody that Gene was the fucking boss of the fucking Gambino family. because Bernstein came out and did a show and spoke about it. So Nadu's little ego, fucking Napoleon fucking complex came in, and he had to go on his show to tell everybody that no, he was the first one that fucking said it. So he can't now come out and back down and say that he got it wrong because he called Bernstein out for it and said that Bernstein got it from him.
So Bernstein backed him up. He vouched for it and said, "This guy's the boss, also." As well.
He wasn't backing the do-ups. I think so. I forget exactly what happened, but he commented on it, spoke about it, I guess, because I told you, he was at that funeral with the fucking, for his friend that passed away, the
So
Morica guy.
Bernstein looked at that and said, "Oh, he's probably the boss, or he's somebody big."
He did, exactly. He did the same shit that Nadu did, and what do those two guys have in common?
I don't know.
They're two regular fucking civilians, no criminal records, on the street, no, the regular fucking internet geeks, computer people. And they're both saying, look where it's coming from. All the people that aren't are telling him the fucking exact opposite. So what, you want to believe them two or us?
Tony
Even Eric
Danza
said
would've
on
been a
his
good
show
one.
earlier, he don't fucking believe it. He thinks he's wrong too. So you got three people versus these other, like, just think about it. Who do you think is right about the situation?
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. What'd you say? I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. Who were you saying?
No.
Who said what?
The rap said something funny. It's like Tony Danza, who's the boss. Tony Danza would have made a good boss of a family. Tony Danza.
Oh, I used to like that show back in the day. Who's the boss? With Alyssa Milano and what's his name? Tony Danza, right? Was that it?
Yeah. I always got it confused with Charles in Charge. That was fucking Scott Baio bullshit.
Oh, my fault. That's what I'm thinking of. Scott Baio, Charles in Charge. There you go. My fault. Which one was Who's the Boss? Now I'm confused. Which one was that?
The Tony Danza bullshit. It was more like it was like a bootleg Charles in Charge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember that one. I can't think off the top of my head. I was getting those two show titles confused. Yeah, I was talking about the other one you said.
Charles
in
in
Charge.
charge of our days and our lives. Who came up with that shit? That was before the woke. They never have a woman saying that shit no more. Charles in charge of nothing. Right?
It's out of its time.
Yeah. That was before the woke. Nowadays it'd be it'd be Roseanne Barr or somebody. Actually, no, it wouldn't be her, but somebody like her. Anyway. The rumor about MRE and her daughter was just a rumor, right? What up, Michael Maffa? Maffa hasn't been around in a while, I don't think. I haven't seen him around, so he's out of the loop.
Oh, that ain't a rumor. That's true, apparently.
Shit. I mean, Angela confirmed it, said that the relationship was longer than they let on, or more serious than they let on.
Yeah, I mean, she said not only was it more serious than she let on, but she said that they were like planning on fucking moving either one to New York or the other one to Rhode Island to move in together type shit. So
that's
that don't sound like a friend fucking over the phone relationship to me. That sounds pretty intentional and intimate, no?
Yeah, for sure. Sounds like a serious relationship.
I wish you had the show, or I remembered which fucking show it was, where I said this months back when we first found out about the chicken pot pie story. And I told everybody, there's no way in hell, knowing who she is and who her family is and being an Italian family, that you're going to invite a stranger that you know off the internet to come stay at your house without ever meeting them for the first fucking time, to spend a week at your fucking house where your children and your grandchildren fucking stay, from somebody you just speak to over the phone and never met. I didn't buy it for a second, and it turned out it wasn't true, because it's another thing. It didn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to do that. Who the fuck would do that?
No, it doesn't make sense. You're right. That never dawned on me.
And you're going to invite the person in your fucking house to hang out with your family, you know what I mean, with all the shit that they've gone through and shit like that. Fucking no bullshit.
Yeah, when you really think about it, you get wrapped up in so much bullshit that if you really sit back and think about the shit they say, it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why would this guy just come over? You met him? You haven't met him before? He's in your house for a week, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Homemade chicken pot pie. You don't put chicken pot pie on somebody that you just met. That's not nice. That's something that, if they're a house guest, it's like, oh, I got nothing left in the fridge. You want pot pie? And he's like, yeah, sure. Why not? And they're in the kitchen and she's making it, Not somebody you're familiar with, you make chicken pot pie for, You don't give a stranger chicken pot pie. I'm being serious in a sort of way.
No, I agree. I agree with you. That's why I agree with you. That's what I've been saying. And Gay Unc is right.
Kitchen plunger. Yeah, mine's old and shitty. Gets the dishes clean still, though.
The
Should
good
buy it.
old fucking shit stick.
Yeah, I clean my dishes with a shit stick. Maybe it's time to buy a new one.
I mean, it's just, I sit back and laugh, and if I was them, I'd hate, I'd hate us too, because we call them out on their bullshit and see right through it. So I wouldn't like us too if somebody was on here, calling me out on all my moves and all my bullshit and could see right through it. Oh, these people, they want a bunch of sheep. That's all they want. A bunch of yes men and fucking sheep that'll just listen to whatever the fuck they say and not question them on it, and they could spin whatever they fuck they want. That's all they want.
God forbid you had your own opinion, Shit.
Oh, forget about it. You can't think for yourself.
No.
You want to be over there, you gotta think. You gotta think for them. That's it.
It's a
It's
rap.
sick.
I don't think it's a rap says he wasn't even on Long Island, let alone in her home. So you don't believe he was in the home? Why would they say that? They confirmed that. That came from their mouths.
She showed a picture of the chicken pot pie she made him. What are you talking about?
I hope you're not one of those guys that goes. Never mind. Some people go on Instagram and they say, "Oh, 9/11 was an inside job," but maybe some of you people feel that way. I don't know.
I definitely think something was up with that.
God damn it.
That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong, but there's too
Yeah.
much weird shit fucking went down and occurred for me not to think something nefarious occurred.
I think there was a lack of imagination, a lack of taking intel seriously beforehand, before it happened. And when it was bin Laden, he took responsibility. Al Qaeda took responsibility for it. They did it. But as far as when those buildings came down, they might have had contingency plans where those steel beams were maybe, I don't know. Some of them had explosives in them in case something happened, that it wouldn't topple over and destroy, it would minimize the damage. Controlled demolition, if it had to come down, it would come down controlled. I don't know.
There's no way they would have pre-done that and put them explosive on steel beams. God forbid if they fucking accidentally detonated.
Some people say the way it came down, it doesn't look right. But then again, if you see the way the
It
planes hit,
doesn't. If it was free fall, if you go and look at buildings that they do controlled free fall demolition on them, they're identical, man.
yeah, but
Bro,
I think
there's a
it's just,
picture.
yeah.
There was a fucking video and a photo. I forget exactly when it was. I want to say it was in like the early to mid 90s. Might have been early. It might have been after the fucking 9/11 or shortly before it. I don't know. Within like a 10-year period, either before or after. I can't remember off the top of my head. And I believe it was out in, I think it was in France. And uh, uh, a military aircraft carrier flew into the fucking building that was a third of the size of fucking the World Trade Center, and all it did was fuck up the corner of the building and a couple of the floors. That's it. A
Same type
plane,
of plane.
don't forget, no, a bigger plane, a fucking cargo fucking plane from the military that transports like tanks and shit like that.
Yeah.
Not a private commercial fucking airline and shit that puts people on it. You're talking about a huge fucking cargo fucking plane. And another plane back in the, I think the 30s or the 40s or whatever, flew into the fucking Empire State Building and fucking didn't do shit to it. Those buildings are made, those skyscrapers are made to withstand the possibility of a fucking plane hitting the fucking building just by fucking accident, and the wind and it's built for that shit, to withstand that stuff. They're built like that in mind for that exact possibility happening and shit. It doesn't make any sense. And then you can't explain Tower 7 or whatever, WT7 and shit. That
Well,
was
that
2
I
blocks
can't
away that
explain.
fucking went
Yeah, I
down.
can't explain that. And the way it came down, I can't explain that one. But as far as
But
the
no other
towers,
buildings, but
yeah,
no other buildings there besides the 2 World Trade Centers and Tower 7 and shit went down. All the stuff in between and nothing happened to any of it.
yeah, it's weird. But the towers, I feel like when the planes hit, the sheer force, like the speed they were going, I've seen it in HD now. They got fucking 4K quality, 8K quality on Instagram. And they really zoom in and you can see like the fire raging inside. And you could
But
see how
smoke,
that fire is
the
cooking those fucking those floors above it. And it just collapsed. Everything just the roof collapsed and just
smoke,
came down.
the building was made out of steel and concrete, two
Yeah.
things that don't catch on fire, bro.
No, this is
They
jet
don't.
fuel though. That shit was packed with jet fuel. They were going
That don't
for
matter.
long flights.
Jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough for the melting point of fucking steel. The jet fuel when it's fucking ignited burns at a certain temperature, but those steel beams are rated to handle those temperatures for extended fucking periods of time, man.
A lot of them were knocked out though from the impact of the plane.
Not
A
the
lot of those
support
beams.
beams, those are in the fucking basement in the lower floors, not the top floors.
No, but the ceiling caved in though and came down straight down.
So what? The building's been standing there for fucking 80 years. It didn't fucking just fall down before. The weight
Yeah.
of it didn't do nothing to fucking fall down. The building is supported and built to withstand the fucking weight and everything in the fucking building, man.
Well, I don't want to believe that our government did that.
I don't believe it was the government. I think it was a select few of fucking bad fucking characters, rogue fucking characters with nefarious fucking intentions. Of course, it wasn't a conspiracy that the whole fucking government was involved in. That's ridiculous. It's just like the fucking OJ case. I don't believe that every single cop there was trying to fucking frame somebody that they thought was guilty. I think one or two of the cops did something to plant evidence against somebody they thought was a guilty fucking man. But you can't blame every single person that was fucking there doing their job and shit like that. It's called a cover up. There's only a handful of fucking people that were involved in this shit. It's not our whole fucking government.
Yeah.
It might not even been the president. It could have been a CIA fucking thing or one of these you know uh programs or fucking branches and shit up there. I don't know. I
How
don't know
come
for
Muhammad
sure.
Atta and Al Qaeda don't get the blame for nothing?
The guy that flew the plane.
Yeah, Muhammad Atta. Well, he flew one of the planes. He was the mastermind of the whole crew to fucking train to fly and the
Yeah, they took
towers.
flight lessons and everything. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, nobody's talking about him. He's not getting the blame. Everybody else gets the blame. Fucking the
What do
government,
you mean he's
somebody
not
else.
getting the fucking blame for it? He's the one that flew the fucking plane into the building.
Yeah, he was with Al Qaeda. It was Bin Laden that fucking
But
did it.
those, but those
Yeah.
guys, those guys that flew the fucking airplanes, I thought they were doing that fucking Allahu Akbar shit or whatever. Doesn't mean that they were involved in the grand conspiracy. They were just involved in a fucking terrorist attack. They might not have been involved in all the other shit or even known about it. They just thought that they were fucking carrying out their fucking jihad for Bin Laden and their fucking God. That's it. I think people get this is what I think people get confused and shit is that they think because this thing happened that all these people were fucking involved in this big fucking giant conspiracy. No, it was a few bad fucking actors like all fucking conspiracies and shit. And there's victims in there that got hoodwinked and fucking controlled and didn't know it. Like the people that run a fucking cult and shit. They're not in there thinking that the guy's running a fucking cult. They're brainwashed into thinking that the guy really is a fucking a messiah or a fucking messenger from fucking God. They don't know any better. But the people running the place, him and his partners that are running the cult, know that they're fucking doing this shit. The people just don't know.
Well, why do you think 9/11 happened?
Why do I think it happened? Like for a matter of fucking fact, or like just my opinion on what occurred.
Um, like like who wanted it to happen? Why did it happen? Like, what was the purpose of it? Like what caused it?
Well, look at what they did. They used that shit and a tool to go into other countries and overtake fucking the governments in fucking Iraq and control fucking Afghanistan, where a large portion of the fucking poppy to make heroin and fucking opiates are all grown and controlled that and shit. I don't fucking know. I do know that a couple of days before fucking them towers fucking went down, that Rumsfeld went on fucking national television and told everybody that they had $7 fucking trillion missing in the budget, and supposedly they were doing an audit on the money in one of the floors of the World Trade Center, and all this shit happened to fucking go up in flames. I
I
don't know.
forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Forget about that.
I forgot about that.
Or the fact that fucking the gold reserves and shit that were in the fucking basement of the World Trade Center and shit were all fucking miraculously fucking missing and gone.
Shit.
And the documents and all the accounting and everything else that was being done by a couple branches of the fucking military was in the Tower 7 building that all went down in fucking flames too. I mean, how fucking convenient, no?
God damn it.
I mean, it's unfortunate to say they even have people, giving an opinion that they could do something like this, but you can't say you're surprised. I mean, look at what the CIA's done all over the world. Look at that fucking Iran Contra affair. The CIA was running fucking. Now, the United States has a war against drugs to go against these violent Colombian and Mexican fucking drug cartels to eradicate drugs from the United States and all these, terrorist fucking organizations that are profiting off the illegal drug trade. And then you have the CIA, who not only is helping the drug traffickers smuggle fucking drugs into the United States, but they're then using that money to go help fund a fucking war in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas and communism and shit. With the help of the fucking president, pineapple face down there, Noriega,
Yeah.
to use his military for fucking personal security and protection to make sure that this shit went through good. You would if somebody told you before you knew that Iran Contra was true and that the CIA was involved in large scale drug trafficking and funding fucking revolutions in other countries, would you fucking believe it?
It sounds pretty far fetched, but I guess it was true.
Exactly.
But why would they do this to their own citizens here? Down
You have
south,
to make it.
South
You
America.
got to
That's
make it
one
look good. You got to make that motherfucker look good. You got to have a reason to go doing what you're doing. What did it do to the country as soon as that shit happened?
They took away your privacy and your freedom of speech, and
Yep. They passed the fucking Patriot Act, took away
yeah,
everybody's fucking privacy, and then at the same time, everybody kind of came together for the first time and shit to go after and support the government and going after these groups and places fucking all over the world and shit.
I think they just took advantage of a good tragedy. That's what they say. Well, the Democrats used to say that. Never let a good tragedy go to waste or some shit like that. I don't know the fuck they said, but
I believe
that's
that
probably all
too.
politics. You know,
I believe that most likely is true also. I think that's one of the elements to it,
sick
without a fucking
bastard.
doubt.
Yeah,
But that's why I said, when people think that, this is a conspiracy that the entire government wanted to plot to kill fucking American citizens on our own soil to do X, Y, and Z. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there was a few fucking people that allowed it and enabled it. They got word of it that it was gonna fucking happen months before it fucking did, and yet they let these guys get on these planes allegedly and fucking do what they did. I mean, these guys were all on terrorist watch lists. They know that they were at the fucking flight training, and the two of the guys were only interested on how to take off. They didn't care about landing the
yeah.
fucking plane. And then the maneuver supposedly that the planes did that flew into the fucking buildings, a lot of these, commercial airplane pilots that have been flying planes 25, 30 years said, it was fucking impressive, and other fucking pilots and shit wouldn't have been able to pull that shit off the way that they did. So, I mean, what does that tell you? I
Yeah,
don't
they
fucking
definitely had
know.
an understanding how to fly those planes, because you're up in the air. I'm sure they were looking out the window the whole time for the most part. So they're looking at the controls. So they knew how to navigate. They knew the map and all that shit.
Hmm.
And I don't know how to fuck. I mean, they got the warning supposedly in August that Al Qaeda was planning to use jetliners to attack the homeland, use them as missiles. They were gonna hijack it, and I guess they didn't take it seriously. You know,
That's what they say.
fuck man.
That's what they say.
Think I need the
Like
shit.
I said, that's just that's just my personal opinion on the situation. I'm not
Yeah,
saying I'm right. I could be completely wrong. I'm
we're
not
all
gonna.
probably wrong.
If somebody says that they fucking don't agree with me and they think that I'm wrong, that's fine. I'm not gonna argue with it. That's your opinion. You might be right. I don't know. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all. Everybody's entitled to their own
Yeah,
opinion. I just think that there was a lot of very nefarious shit and things that happened pre and post that don't make any fucking sense at all. And I find it very convenient, if you remember, that we went and took out Saddam Hussein, who happened to be uh, George Bush's father's, sworn enemy because of everything that happened during the war and all that other shit. And they used that to remember the WMDs, the weapons of mass destruction, that
Yeah,
turned
that
out to be
bullshit.
that they didn't fucking have
Yeah.
any. And our government lied to use
What a
that to go in
waste.
there and start a war and
Yeah.
take over a fucking country.
And we got nothing out of it except lost soldiers, lost billions of dollars. We didn't even get no fucking oil out of it. We got nothing. And the Iraqis hate us, and they team up with the Iranians.
And the worst thing that fucking we ever did was go into Iraq and take out Saddam Hussein, because when Saddam Hussein
Destabilized
was in
it.
power, he
Yeah.
stabilized that fucking area and didn't allow them terrorists and organizations to
No.
fucking be there. And as soon as he fucking left, look at what happened to that place. It went into fucking anarchy.
Yeah. The whole
Saddam
Middle
Hussein
East
was
was on fire. Yeah.
Saddam Hussein was respected by all those countries in the Middle East,
Feared.
including fucking
Yeah.
Pakistan and India and shit. He helped save fucking
Iran. Yeah,
their
man.
countries and everything. Yeah. And that's how he got paid back, because of a personal beef and vendetta that the son had for his fucking father.
Some of those assholes out there still pray to that guy, Saddam. They pray to him now.
Yeah, he
They,
was
they
loved,
miss
man. I'm
Saddam.
telling you, bro. He
He,
was
he was a
well
savage son of a
respected and
bitch, but
loved.
that's all they understand out there. They don't understand this democracy bullshit or, you know, equal rights, freedom of speech, all that shit. You know, that's not what they're looking for. You know,
Yeah, they got a whole different way of life, a whole different
yeah, different
philosophy and outlook on
customs.
life,
Yeah,
different religion, everything. Whole different type of life, man.
the
Totally
only,
different.
and sometimes they only respect the lash. You know, that's how you keep
Hmm.
them in line. Otherwise, they run amok with this jihadi bullshit. He was a necessary evil. Same thing with Gaddafi. What they accomplish by getting rid of Gaddafi over there?
Nothing. Even sicker fuck took over.
Yeah. Or they got warring factions and shit, or it's all still destabilized. They got no government over there. It's a shithole. You know.
Well, I mean, Saddam Hussein fucking always had a problem with fucking Iran and shit like that. They were always at fucking war, but
Yeah, but
he
he kept
kept
them
them
in check
fucking
too.
scumbags in
Yeah,
control, though.
yeah.
Yeah. And he also was the fucking biggest supporter and advocate for the fucking Palestinian people, too. They loved
That's
him
why.
out there.
See, he was bluffing with Bush. See, Bush said you got weapons of mass destruction, and then Saddam can't say whether he does or doesn't, even though he doesn't, because he kept Iran in check. That's
Hmm.
how you kept Iran. Because right next door you got Iraq, and if he's got nukes, you don't want to fuck with him, so just shut the fuck up. And that's how it was. And then they went in there and showed that he didn't have shit. And now you got Iran fucking supporting the Houthis and Hamas and fucking all these other assholes, Hezbollah and all this other shit, attacking Israel and threatening us and fucking, you know, causing a fucking mayhem over there. Destabilize the whole shit. Then you had ISIS. Hold on, we got Tony Buick here.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much helped fund and bring out the terrorist organization, the Taliban and shit like that. We trained them, gave them money, gave them fucking weapons and everything.
Yeah.
And we're still giving them guys money till this day and shit. When you go and look at some of these reports from the Senate, these committees that come out and they see the spending and shit and where it's going, you'll see that they're supporting fucking terrorist fucking operations all over the world, man. It's insane, bro. And now don't get me wrong, fucking, at the end of the day, Saddam Hussein was a sadistic, evil,
He was
fucking
a piece of shit.
sick bastard. And his kids, fucking Uday, was an
They
even
were
bigger
worse.
fucking maniac than fucking he ever was,
Yeah, they were
And
worse.
the Yeah, and good thing that they never got into power. And the Iraqi people, although a lot of them didn't like them, and you had to show undying love to the Ba'ath Party, otherwise they'd fucking kill you. Um, did good by a lot of other people and people in that fucking area and shit. But don't get it mistaken, he was definitely was a pretty dirtbag fucking individual. But I mean, it is what it is, really.
And Gaddafi, he had a son that was not too bad. He didn't seem like a bad guy. I think he was like cultured and shit. And
Oh yeah, I think a lot of those things, those people send their kids to places like Switzerland and fucking France to like
yeah,
study and shit like that, and they get
yeah, or
so.
London and shit.
I mean, yeah, but Muammar Gaddafi, I mean,
He was a
he was
sick
a sick
fuck.
bastard.
Yeah, he was like Diddy.
Hmm.
If Diddy could have been like the leader of a country out there, If
Yeah,
Diddy was
worse,
a leader,
even worse, but yeah.
yeah,
But I believe if you put Diddy out in fucking Libya and he was him, he'd do the same, if not worse.
probably worse. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Tony
pretty
Buick.
fucking strange when you think about it.
Yeah,
What's
I
going
mean,
on,
at the
Tony?
end of the day, these guys got what they deserved. Like Saddam deserved it, but in retrospect, it was a bad idea. They should have just left him in there, leave him alone. But that was Bush. We had no business going in there. We should. After a while, he didn't even care about old Bin Laden. He said, I don't really think about him that much. Like, what the fuck? He's the whole purpose for all these wars, you asshole. What do you mean you don't think about him? It took Obama to fucking go get his ass.
Yeah, I agree. What
Motherfucker.
happened? I thought you said somebody was on. Who the fuck was that?
He's got a bad connection. I think he's in Taiwan still. He's in French Polynesia somewhere.
Who are you
Yeah.
talking about, though? I asked you who it was.
Oh, Tony Buick. I thought I
Oh,
said
Tony
that.
Buell.
My bad.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I thought you were talking about a comment in the chat or something like that.
Nah.
Oh, you're trying to come on?
Yeah, he likes to stop by, say hello, show us the exotic place he's at.
You said he's in Taiwan right now?
Yeah, he's been calling in from Taiwan. He's from
The fuck's
Australia.
he doing?
But,
Oh yeah, I know where he's from. What's he doing out there though? Like, what's that all about?
he's partying. He's having looks like
Taiwan?
edible food. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The food looked edible, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's going to Bali next.
Oh, my fucking brother-in-law was just living out there for like 6 months.
Nice. That's some
Yeah,
exotic shit.
he loved it.
Yeah.
But the thing is that
paradise.
when you go there, you have to leave every like 60 days and shit, or 30 days or something, for like 4 or 5 days, so you can't claim that you're a citizen. So
Oh,
they would leave Bali and then they would go to Thailand for like a couple of fucking days and then go back to fucking Bali and shit.
yeah. That whole area over there is exotic, man. It's like a different fucking world over there.
Oh yeah, there's totally different way of life. There's no drugs, there's no fucking crimes and shit like that.
Well,
There's
they'll kill
barely
you for that shit.
police because they don't have to worry about anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's safe, but at the same time, it's a place that you don't want to get caught fucking around and doing something because they will smoke your ass.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't like the United States.
No.
You also don't have the rights and luxuries that you're afforded fucking here either, with things that you
No.
want to say or do. You know what I'm saying?
You better be a good little boy.
Mm-hmm.
Better not even be drinking.
I got a funny ass story. I won't tell it now, but the next time I come out, remind me. I'll tell you and shit about my buddy who went to fucking what's the place that's next to Australia? Is that New Auckland or New Zealand, or are
New
they both
Zealand.
down there?
Auckland is like their capital.
Oh, okay.
My mate.
What up, Tony Buick?
Angel.
Tony.
Gunsmoke.
Tony.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is not very good because I'm in a different hotel. I'm not in Taiwan anymore, where everything is first world. So if I cut out, it's not because I dropped off. It's the Wi-Fi is shit. But anyway, Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Who's the common sense fella? Is he?
Yes, that's common sense right here. My man, my brother.
Hey, g'day.
What's
Yes,
up?
he's entitled to his opinion, and he has every right to be. But there is a few slight little things if you want to know, if my 2 cents. Of course, it was a pure terrorist attack by Al Qaeda, no doubt, in my opinion, because this was definitely not a conspiracy, your own. No government does that to itself. If it is, it's not going to do something that's going to be remembered for 1,000 years of embarrassment. So that's number one. And I've got a little bit of knowledge, which I won't go into when it comes to those type of things, in and outs of secret services. But anyway, so no government would have pulled up. If they did, they would have done, the old fashion bomb, or something like that. But no way they're gonna
do something that'll go down for 3,000 years in history with that type of footage. If they would have done it, they would have done it night times and make sure no footage where people can film and everything. That is one of the most embarrassing, monumental destructions. So no government would do that. No Secret Service. That's number one.
So you don't think that our government was involved in funding terrorist organizations and cartels and supplying fucking narcotics to the United States while we quote unquote fought the war on drugs? What? Hold on. While we fought the war on drugs and the drugs were killing people in the United States and people were getting murdered left and right over the fucking drug trade, and then our government was the ones involved in smuggling.
Common sense. I 100% agree with you. The CIA has done all of that, what you just mentioned, and more, and more. But I'm saying this specific morning, that monumental terrorist attack was not done by your own government. That was purely done by good planning, years by Al Qaeda. Don't forget, those blokes were intellectuals.
Tony, hold on one second though. I never said that it wasn't a terrorist attack and that Al Qaeda wasn't behind it or responsible for it.
Yes,
I agree with you. I agree with you that they were, but I also agree that I think that different parts of the government, the shadow government shit, was well aware of the situation that was going to happen and allowed and made sure that it did fucking happen for their own fucking personal reasons, benefits, and gains that they were trying to do to use it, is what I'm saying.
In other words, they took advantage of an actual real Al Qaeda terrorist attack. Yeah, you could say that. Yes, I don't know the specifics on that particular morning, but yes, you're right. But all the other things that you listed, oh yeah, your CIA has been in every fucking just about. I mean, it's and like you said, we'll just go slightly off. Of course, all those Middle Eastern countries, they needed dictators. I mean, look what happened when you pull them out. Chaos. Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you ever heard of Operation Northwoods?
Not specifically. Run it by me. Maybe I've.
Operation Northwoods was done back, I believe it was in the 60s during the time when we were fighting with Cuba, with the whole, Cuban Missile Crisis and the Castro shit and all that stuff. Well, Operation Northwoods was an operation that was set up and established by the CIA, and what the CIA was doing is that they were trying to stage terrorist attacks on our U.S. soil, killing American people in order to justify a war to go in and invade Cuba and the Communist Party. And everybody for years said that this was a conspiracy. There's no proof to that. It's all bullshit. Well, guess what? It came out and it was fucking true. And that's exactly what they were fucking doing. And they were going to use it to create false flags, attacks, including, you want to know what it was including? One of their fucking ideas?
Yeah.
Hijacking airplanes and using them as bombs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Operation Northwoods, Google it.
Was this,
you can also
was this after the Bay of Pigs? The failure? Or before?
I know this happened in 62. What year was the Bay of Pigs?
I think that was 61 or 62. Yeah. That was 61 or 62 as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was either around that same time or shortly afterwards or during that time.
But did you notice after 63, not a damn thing did the CIA dare do, because they made a secret agreement with the Soviets. And it was and do you know, it was still a secret, this agreement, on both sides until I think the 90s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Because after the Soviet Union scared the shit out of the United States when it managed to secretly put those missiles, which the United States had already held that big sword over the Soviets since the late 40s in Turkey. And the secret missiles there that were, like Khrushchev used to say, I could see those missiles from my Black Sea dacha and others from my little holiday house. He used to make a joke of it. But anyway, and so the Soviets managed, and that's why that really pissed off the deep state, and that's what got Kennedy killed in the end because he refused to lift a hand to attack the sites because he knew that's World War III right on the dot. And your CIA never forgave him for that. And that's why poor old Lee Harvey Oswald was set up to do the
It was
job.
a patsy.
He was the patsy, a famous patsy.
Well, okay,
and that's
so
why.
You're giving yourself your own example of what refutes what you just said, where you said that the government would never be involved with committing an attack to kill its own fucking
No,
citizens.
with Cuba.
But
Yeah.
hold
Okay.
on.
Okay.
But so you're saying it's so far-fetched that the government would be involved, or a branch of the government involved in killing American people on U.S. soil, but then you're talking about incidents where they're trying to do the exact same thing and they assassinated the sitting president.
Yeah, but they weren't going around massacring citizens. That's just the president.
They killed the president.
Now, of course.
They killed the president, Tony. What's a couple citizens if you wipe out the most powerful man in your country?
Yeah.
Have you do you know about
not the 9/11 common
you remember
sense.
you remember the Tuskegee syphilis experiment or the MK Ultra fucking programs the government had, the CIA? Do you remember those?
No. I'm not American, don't forget, so I don't know all the ins and outs, but I'm just telling you on those, I can only talk of what my opinion is, just like yours.
Well, Tony, how do you think the buildings came down on 9/11? What's your theory on the building?
This is the difference. Common sense said in 1945 there was a military plane that crashed into one building as well, and it just it rocked it a bit. But don't forget, now this is my hypothesis, completely different. That the planes that went into those fucking buildings were on full fucking speed. They, jet engine speed, not propeller aeroplane that the 1945 was. Doesn't matter how military fast it was for its day. These were full-on jet speed. I mean, Muhammad Atta, I don't know which building he hit, but he went in like a devil.
Like 600 miles an hour.
Also, and the building structures were different.
Hold on.
Yes.
But Tony, you're misinformed here. The building, the Empire State Building, which is a smaller building than the World Trade Centers were, got hit by a fucking B-52 bomber, a military fucking plane that flies like 600-700 miles an hour. Yeah, but commercial commercial airliners only go 400 something.
No, I think I'll stand to be corrected. Propeller plane doesn't matter what a B-52 size is. Its only value is that it carries big load bombs. It didn't drop a bomb. Common sense. It just ran into it. The specialty of a B-52 is not that it's because it's big and I think it's that it carries the mother load of what was at the day a bomb, big bombs. Now that had nothing.
Yeah, but the planes were the same size going. The B-52 that hit the Empire State Building was a bigger plane than the 757, and it flew at faster top-notch speeds than the fucking commercial airline.
Maybe the size of the plane could be the same, but the speed of a modern jet, man, is a different kettle of fish.
They went deep into that building where the flames came out on all sides.
Now listen,
bro, the B-52 has a higher top speed than a commercial airline. It's a military plane.
No,
Google it.
How can you? Yeah. But common sense. You're a very smart guy. You got to understand speed compared to the old-fashioned 1945 propeller. It wasn't a jet. Do you understand? And you're a smart guy, and I'm not.
I want to see what type of plane it was.
What do you mean? Look it up. I'm telling you, that's not true.
Okay. All right, you look at the footage the way, and of course, unfortunately, we don't have the footage of the 45, but anyway, okay, now let's go to the other point, the structure. Solid brick or cement or whatever that Empire State Building was made of, they don't catch on fire and melt quickly like what happened with the steel structure of the, what do they call them, the Twin Towers? And what proved it? What made it for me? Finally, I made my decision. Someone was filming, and did you see the sparks? Like, you know, when you grind something and the sparks are dripping down like liquid? And there was a particular corner. Now, that was molten liquid. That's what collapses. When the steel goes and melts, there goes. All you need is one corner. You don't need all four corners of that giant building for it to collapse. One corner was melting liquid, and I've seen that a million times, that footage. And that's what brought that down. And all you need is the top 10 floors to crash. That force alone is guaranteed to put the other 80 floors down. But anyway.
So why didn't the B-52 take out the Empire State Building then?
Because it didn't have enough force, and whatever it was, it didn't start a liquid molten liquid. Molten liquid is the difference.
They both use the same engines.
So this is the B-52 is bigger. B-52 right here. I don't know if it's bigger, man. I'm looking at it right here.
Bro, yeah, but a B-52 is bigger and has a higher top speed than a fucking commercial
airplane. You're looking at a
1945
B-52.
That's when the crash happened, right?
But are you talking of 1945 B-52?
Yes.
Yeah, but anyway, it's no way a 1945 model B-52 has got the speed of a modern jet 747.
It looks
now,
like it's got
I don't know about a 1960s.
Does it or does it not travel faster than a commercial airliner?
Let me see.
Common sense.
B-52.
Now,
hold on, Tony. Yeah. Hold on. Let him look it up, Tony. Hold on, brother.
Okay. While he's looking it up.
This is a different type of plane.
Yeah, a B-52 that converted to modern jet engines is a different kettle of fish. That starts after 1948.
No, a B-52, bro. A B-52 uses the same type of turbojet engines back then. I'm telling you, Gunsmoke. What the fuck is taking so long? You got Google or not?
A B-52 Mitchell.
Common sense. 1945. They didn't
this is what hit it.
What does it say?
This is the plane that hit it.
That was propeller. Look at the propeller. Can you see the propeller, my man? That's not a jet engine.
That was not. That's 48. Not the fucking. Dude, that's not the plane that hit.
This is it. And the North American B-52 Mitchell. That's what
that's a
hit
B-25. That's a B-25, not a 52.
Well, that's what they're saying. On July 28th, 1945, a B-25 Mitchell bomber of the United States Air Force accidentally crashed into the north side of the Empire State Building in New York City while flying in thick fog.
Exactly.
Bro.
It killed 14 people.
That plane that you are showing.
Just found out something.
That plane that you are showing is not the plane that hit the Empire State Building, bro.
That's what they're saying on Wikipedia.
Bro, you can look up the fucking pictures of
the
thing.
We're both,
that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. This is it. The B-50, the B-25. The B-52 is a bigger plane. The B-52. This is the B-25.
Exactly.
So the numbers are mixed.
Now, I didn't know that until you just said it, but that explains everything why there wasn't a massive damage. But also, we're here to friendly debate. We're not here to try and piss each other off. But you're right. I didn't know that. And if that's the case, then that explains more. And don't forget, B-52s of 1945 did not have jet engines yet. That's the difference. Yeah. But I like your common sense.
So what was the engines that's on that thing then?
Yeah. Sorry if my Wi-Fi is cutting in and out. Yeah.
No, you're good. I can hear you. So what was it, Smoke?
It looks like it's propeller, two propellers.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, what type of fucking planes? I don't care about the fucking propeller, man. What type of engines was it using?
All right, let's see. Let me scroll down here.
Look, is it a turbojet engine or not? Because I stand corrected if that's not what it was. I thought it was a B-52 that hit the Empire State Building, not a B-25. If that's what it is, then I'm wrong about
Yeah.
that. That's fine. But I'm just curious as to what those engines were on
Yeah,
that
yeah,
plane.
yeah. Listen, man, you listen. Don't. I mean, I never get everything right either. I mean, I've still yet to learn. That's what we do. We'll never. No one never fucking knows everything. You learn as you go in life. But anyway, another thing.
Well, yeah, I'm
no jet
definitely
engine.
mistaken on that if that's the case.
Yeah. No common sense. One thing. No jet engine needs propellers. Put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know that's why, but I'm asking what type of engines were on that. That's what I'm asking. I obviously know
that's
that.
a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's good to check out. I haven't got a clue. I just know that the
They're showing the
roundabout
chick making it, but they're not
What's
saying
that?
what type. They're showing a woman making the engine, but they're not saying what type of engine it is. I can't. I'm trying to read here. I'm trying to skim through it.
Yeah, yeah. But when it comes to mob story, I've got no clue, Mr. Common Sense. You beat me hands down, guarantee. I always like to hear your stories on all the ins and outs. You're the only one who makes sense compared to the fairy tales that Kasman talks. It makes it up as he goes along. But you're switched on when it comes to that. I wouldn't dare put my nose in anything and contradict you there.
Oh yeah.
But when it comes to a bit of this stuff, I've got some sort of knowledge. That's why I thought I'd come on. I wasn't planning to come on, but yeah, anyway, I'll let you look up what you're looking up. Listen, if I cut out, it's my Wi-Fi. It's bad, really bad.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I just arrived today, Gunsmoke, from Taiwan. I was visiting my daughter. Had 6 lovely days with her and my grandson. And I just got back to Philippines and I'm dead tired. I was ready to sleep. And then this beautiful debate was going on with Common Sense. I thought, let me go put in a few shekels on the table there.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No, I like Common Sense. He's a very smart, switched on bloke. He's very well read and he's got a lot of knowledge on a lot of subjects. On this one, it's I thought I'd throw in a few little things, but then again, his theory might be mine are wrong. I'm just there to throw in a few thoughts. That's all.
Shit.
Oh yeah, well no, I stand corrected. I was wrong about that. I didn't know that was the plane. I thought it was something completely fucking different. So, I mean, I guess I can use that as an example then, because that wouldn't be a good analogy then.
No.
Yeah, B-52 would have fucked up the Empire State Building. That shit would have came down. That shit would have came down.
That's why I thought it was a B-52, but I guess it was a 25, which is just backwards basically. So I had that, but definitely wrong.
Yeah,
that's my apology on that. I do know there was another one, a commercial fucking or cargo airliner that flew into a building in fucking France. I think it was like a hotel or something, and it barely knocked out fucking 2 floors.
Yeah, I think that was the 60s. I think. Yeah.
And that one was definitely fucking jet engines on that fucking one that hit that place.
Yeah, yeah. Anything after 47, 48 everything is jet engines. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the building that fucking plane hit, it didn't do shit to it, but knock out like 2 floors of the fucking building.
Yeah. Maybe now all I know is the speed on those terrorists on that day. The speed they flew because they were already trained pilots, trainee pilots, and they really went in hard, and that's possibly the difference.
I got really the engine here. It was 2 Wright R 2609 Cyclone engines.
Yeah, propeller
engines. In 1940.
Yeah.
What? Say it again, Smoke.
They were produced in 1940. There were 2 of them. The plane was powered by 2 Wright R 2600-9 Cyclone engines.
Oh, okay.
3,400 horsepower.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's definitely a plane that's way smaller than a fucking
top
B-52.
speed was 355 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So the big airliners on 9/11, they were going double that speed, like 600, 700.
I reckon triple, mate. Yeah. The way that son of a bitch, you know, the way he pressed it was supposed to be where you're 30,000 feet in the sky, you know, running it to go, you know, in between continents. And he did it literally just as he came up the Hudson River and he spotted the buildings.
Yeah.
Both of them ran at full speed. You can only imagine the passengers shitting themselves at that.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he ran at full speed in there, and that started the molten liquid, which eventually brought.
They had that woman on the phone calling from the plane. I think she was a stewardess.
Yeah,
she said,
Betty
we're
Ong.
flying
Her
way
name
too
was-
low. Yeah, we're flying
Her
too
name
fast
was
and too
Betty
low.
Ong. She must have been Chinese because I can still
Yeah.
remember her saying, "This is Betty Ong." Betty Ong. So she must have been Chinese. Yeah.
And the
But,
way
yeah.
that plane went into the building, man, the flames came out on the other side.
Yeah.
Like that destroyed all the friggin' structural
Yeah.
integrity of the building on
Oh,
the inside.
It melted
With
steel.
the beams and all that. And the flames, like those flames are crazy, man.
Yeah.
The fireball that came from that's intense.
Yeah. Now
I
the
think the
flames
roof just
and-
caved in,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. And now the flames, if it was just a wild raging fire, eventually it still would have killed people because of the smoke. But it wouldn't have knocked the
No,
buildings
but it had all those
down.
windows
It would have
feeding the
slowly
fucking
been-
fire.
Yeah. The fire alone would have just burnt the whole building. Would have been black. It would have gone out, say 3-4 a week later out. It would have lasted a week, that fire. But what knocked them down was not the raging fires alone. It was the molten liquid that happened on the steel main structure. That I saw the footage, and everyone knows, any type of engineer expert, I suppose, and I'm not. That was, did you see, like, you know, when you grind something, sparks are just dropping down, and then you see liquid fire, that's called molten liquid, was dripping on one side of the buildings. It was only on one building you could see this. And as soon as I saw that, and I'm not the expert, but the experts knew that's what brought that down. All it takes is one corner out of the four to collapse, to lose its integrity. And that's it. The rest is all going with it. And that's what happened on that day. Yeah. But anyway, like I said, that's just my opinion. That's not, you know, my theory.
I know
Yeah.
that the steel that they used to construct those buildings was rated at a fucking temperature that far exceeded the open air
Yes.
burning temperature of jet fuel, and that the steel itself would maintain, I think, like 50 or 60% of its integrity, even if it was on fire for like 4 hours. But you can't. How does that explain the steel beams and everything else that was on the bottom of the fucking building that was, you know, hundreds of feet away from where this fire was? I mean, that jet fuel burned out pretty quick, and it was done after that. It pretty much exploded. It wasn't like the jet fuel sat in there and burned off for fucking 4 hours straight. Like, it pretty much all exploded and blew up on contact.
In 20 minutes, in some, half an hour,
I think, you know how, like,
yeah,
the
that's what I mean.
planes-
So this is but listen, this is what the problem is that when the plane hits those buildings, yes, the temperature of jet fuel itself, if you were just to light jet fuel on fire in like an enclosed area, sure, it could burn and melt fucking steel, absolutely. But the problem is that the jet fuel, when it got ignited in that building, it was open air because all the windows and everything in the building got fucking blown out. So the temperature is only like a fraction of what the max burning temperature is because of the open air. So what happens is that on the initial impact, when the fucking jet fuel explodes like a bomb, boom, all that jet fuel was pretty much gone within probably 15 fucking minutes. The rest of the building itself was only done basically in what would have been akin to a fucking house fire, and that temperature from a house fire can't melt steel fucking beams.
Yeah,
It'd be different if the whole but hold on, it'd be different if the whole building from the fucking top floor to the fucking basement was doused in fucking jet fuel, but the jet fuel was gone in 10 or 15 minutes on the top of the building. A regular fire ain't gonna take that fucking building down, and you have to believe that in order to believe that there was nothing fucking nefarious that happened there.
Yeah, but don't forget, you said it yourself, open air, and especially up there, open air is what makes fire even more greater, more intense.
Yeah,
And
but it reduces the
when-
temperature. It cuts the burning temperature in half, though, when you have open air like that.
Yeah,
Instead of jet fuel, instead of jet fuel being able to burn if you were to light it in a closed area at 2,000, 2,500 degrees Celsius, jet fuel in the open air in an open fucking space is drops down to maybe half of that, maybe 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Oh,
And
oh,
steel beams are rated for like 1,500, 1,800 Celsius and shit, and they'll still withhold their integrity for hours and hours on end of burning. A regular fire can't do that. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me.
yeah, no, you got a point. But I would have thought open air races are far even worse.
No, oxygen allows the fire to continue burning, but in order for you to believe that building collapsed due to the temperature of the jet fuel itself to produce molten steel to melt the beams, which is what you would have to do, you would have to have that all the way down to the structural support
when you
of
get a
the
barbecue,
building.
right? Especially a wood barbecue. You know how you start it up and it's just slowly bubbling along the coals. And when you want to liven it up because you've just put some big thick steaks on, what do people do? They get a fan or they get a nice cardboard thick piece and they go like this, like that, and all of a sudden it starts going up. That's a little snapshot, I suppose. My theory there is it makes it go wilder.
No, but that's only to produce oxygen so that thing stays lit, because if it was just there, it would burn out slowly and the temperature would get reduced. There was no other additional source of fuel once that initial plane crash happened. That fuel was burned up in 10 or 15 minutes. It was gone. So then but this is the thing. When you're reduced to the fact that, okay, when the plane hit the building, the fuel burns up within 10 or 15 minutes, now you have to say to yourself, a regular fire took that fucking building down, realistically.
You could be right. You could be right there. Yeah. That's a good, that's another way of looking at it. Yeah. That's another way of looking at it. Yeah. Yeah. You could be right.
And I just think at that point, on top of the fact when you see the video that you can see different blowouts every couple of feet, those big plumes of smoke coming out the side of the buildings, literally in tandem on every single floor, identical. Sure, some of those might have been the windows getting blown out from the fucking, explosion and pressure, everything like that. But
the pressure,
all the way from top down, one after a fucking another, and the free fall demolition, the way the building comes straight down. If you watch free fall demolition on buildings, it literally falls down just like that. You can even see the plumes of smoke coming out the sides of the buildings, just like that building, man. They have they got side by sides on YouTube you can watch, man. I'm not saying I'm right. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion, but it just seems a little bit strange to me that a house fire took those buildings down, realistically.
No, you could be right. But let's just go to the consequences of the aftermath. CIA took advantage to blame Saddam, to blame even a whole bunch of them. But did you notice they didn't go to blame their favorite patsy, Saudi Arabia, which 19 out of the 20 terrorists came from? That was the most that was the obvious. They didn't go to Saudi Arabia, which everyone, I remember at the time, I was, how old was I fucking then? I was 33, I think. But I remember it. And they never touched the fucking hair on Saudi Arabia's kingdom, where they came from. 19 out of the 20 terrorists came from there. Most of the plan, and it was planned by Saudi bin Laden.
Didn't were the families ever able to sue the Saudis?
Well, they tried to, is what I heard, your American families, but it was, when your own government goes against that to make sure that doesn't happen, try pissing in the wind, put it that way.
Bin Laden's entire family was a really wealthy Saudi fucking family, really well-to-do, like worth fucking hundreds of millions, if not billions of fucking dollars.
They were billionaires,
Yeah. And did you notice when that incident
when that incident happened, fucking George Bush at the time, who was friends with one of bin Laden's family members, because they're really affluent people here in the United States, they were together on like a meeting or on a plane or something within like 24, 48 hours or some shit like that after this attack supposedly happened. It was fucking There was a bunch of weird shit that went on that just fucking don't seem right, man.
Yes, they didn't even touch a hair on any Bin Laden other than, like a brother, sister, nephews there. You would have thought that if they couldn't find Bin Laden, you'd think they'd go and assassinate a bunch of his family members, but that just proves the point, like common sense says. Elites of all countries, if you're working together and you're making money together, you're not gonna, you're gonna support each other. It's your own people, what we call the cattle. That every country has its people, which we're all just voters in their eyes. Elites are what run, like deep states, in other words. They run countries, and if they're friends with another particular country, like Saudi Arabia was at that stage and still is, they quietly did behind the scenes. Oh, don't worry, I know it was 19 of your fellas, but we're not going to hold that against you. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to sell it to my people in the beautiful USA that it was Saddam, it was Gaddafi. Of course, Afghanistan, the Taliban has to go because that's where Bin Laden was hiding at the time. So they went after everyone except the Saudis, and that proved the point. That speaks volumes. But, yeah. But, the Saudi government itself was not to blame. They never planned it. We can't throw shit on them. But yeah, what it is the Saudi people have always hated that the land of Mecca and Medina had American soldiers in it, Christians bases, and that was why Bin Laden wanted to send a message, I suppose. Yeah. Are you there? Can you hear me?
I hear you, boy.
I was just
taking it in, man.
But just to finish off, and I'll let you guys get to your other debates. And see how poor Iraq. Well, I'm not poor. I'm a neutral. I don't give a fuck. But poor Saddam Hussein, who had done other troubles to America, invading Kuwait, but he was a good boy. He was he was contained. He was sitting in his, little country there, couldn't fly jets no more of this. He was contained. But the American CIA, deep state, thought, you know what, this is our chance to go grab some oil or this, turn the tables upside down. And what did they do? They made it worse for themselves because they gave a free goal to Iran. Now, Iraq at the time was ruled by Sunni minority of 25%. The whole country, the whole country was a 75% Shia. Now, Shia is exactly Iran's type of religion,
piece of Shia.
branch of Islam. So that's why for decades, you loved Saddam because it kept Iraq on that part. It's not going to let it go to Iran if the Shias take over, and that's what happened in the end. The Shia government is there today.
No, the Shiites.
Yeah, Shiites. Yeah. And that's why it does anything Iran asks. Yeah, that's why. So it ended up giving
the whole thing was shady.
Yeah, so it ended up giving Iran a free gift because they were trying for decades to overthrow Saddam, and others, they were saying it's not fair that a country next door to us is ruled by 25. It's a bit like the 25% minority in your country ruling over the 75% majority. Would you put up with it? For decades, you'll be grumpy, you'll be this, you'll be planning, you'll be scheming to get rid of this 20% that's ruling the 80%. And that's what happened. So Iran got its wish by accident, that because America decided, we're going to get a cut of the oil, and the only way to do it is give Iran a free hand there, and we'll get a cut of it rather than not getting a cut. But anyway, that's my understanding of it. Yeah, and you did the same now recently with Syria. Again, it was 25% Shia was ruling 75% Sunnis in Syria. That's what Al-Assad was. He was what we call the Alawite Shia. Alawi and Alawi or Alawites.
Yeah.
They were, you see, when the British and the French after World War II decided they were going to pull out of their Middle Eastern colonies, what they did, they social engineered these little governments to always be unbalanced, in fight. So they gave minority sects ruling over the majority, and that's what happened in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon. That's why you get this constant mulling of troubles there, and Israel takes advantage.
That'll
and
never
it reigns,
change.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is that they have to have destabilization in these areas so we can put our military on the ground out there. That's what it's for.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but if
we
you
still
notice, you're
involved
not
over there.
putting. If you notice, you're not daring to put your military there, other than where the Kurds are. The Kurds are a different kettle of fish. They're not Arabs, because all those little countries, they're all Arabs. One thing in common, doesn't matter they're Shia or Sunni, they're Arabs, they're racially Semites. The Kurds are not. The Kurds are not Arabs, and that's why they love you American boys, and that's why you have still got a base in Syria and
Kurds,
Iraq,
man.
where the Kurds are. You are safe there. That's why you can afford to put your base, because your boys are not going to be killed there, or unless someone infiltrates from the Arabs, but because the Kurds love you, they want your backing. But you learned early not to put where you're not welcome, because you learned it in 1982 in Lebanon, when 255 U.S. Marines were blown to smithereens by a big truck bomb that came in the gates of your base. They didn't see it. I'm not laughing at it, but they didn't see it. And Reagan pulled out the next day. And in spite of Israel begging them to stay, because this was doing Israel's dirty work, by the way, you know what I mean? But as soon as that happened, and 255 U.S. Marines died in one big, massive truck bomb, you got out. Reagan said, "Fuck this! I'm not going to be going there when I don't need to. It's not a direct threat to America. Why should I be there? I was, trying to do favors for my good friend Israel." Yeah. But they ran. In 1982, it's lived in the memory of America as far as Middle Eastern adventures. You'll still go to war, but you won't keep unless you're welcomed by the populace. And that, so that's why, But anyway, okay, I'm not going to bore you anymore with my bullshit.
I appreciate the education, man. No, I like these talks.
I've got a little bit of knowledge, but it's not, but it's just opinions.
Dwayne wants to know where do you get all this shit from?
Huh?
Dwayne wants to know how do you know all this shit?
Because it's a long story. I'm not going to go into details. Dwayne, Tony. Hey, Common Sense, nice to meet you. I'm honored to be on the panel with you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Tony. Appreciate it.
God bless you, man. I'll let you go in there.
Yeah.
I'll listen. I love listening to Common Sense. See you, Chris. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tony Buick.
All right, Tony. Have a good day, man. Glad you got back from your travel safe. Good to hear from you.
He's not in Taiwan.
So he's back home in Australia, he said, or he went somewhere else?
No, I guess he's back in Australia.
Oh, so he didn't go to the Bali place that you were saying, or
No, I'm just fucking around with the Bali thing.
Oh, I thought you were serious.
No, with the Taiwan thing, it was real, but I was just fucking around with the Bali shit.
Oh yeah, because I was about to ask him how he likes Bali since he was out there, but I guess he didn't even go there.
I want to go to Bali.
Yeah, it's nice, but expensive, and plus it's fucking all the way across the planet too.
Expensive? Damn.
Well, to travel there and shit like that, not when you're actually there, but traveling there, it's expensive. You know what I'm saying?
I thought the goddamn consumers took over. The fucking corporate cocksucking Americans took over there.
No.
Some places need to be left untouched, like French Polynesia. Leave it alone. They got exotic beaches over there. Looks like you're on another fucking planet. That's where
are you talking about?
French Polynesia bullshit. Where the ocean is dark. French Polynesia.
French Polynesia?
Yeah.
Where,
This looks
in
like you're in
France?
fucking space. No, this is in the fucking Indo-Pacific. It's around Thailand, all that
Oh,
bullshit.
yeah. The South. You mean the South Pacific?
Yeah.
It's off
Got
the
some
coast.
weird
It's
ocean
off the
shit.
coast of Thailand and all that.
Yeah, those assholes that live in the water their whole lives, they got web feet and shit.
Is that where
They
like
got
Bora
gills
Bora
behind their
is?
neck.
Is that Bora Bora?
Um, yeah, it's that type of shit. Yeah, French Polynesia. Let me look it up on a fucking map.
I think that's like Bora Bora and the Maldives and shit like that, but I could be wrong. I
Yeah,
might be
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of
that
something
type of
else.
shit. Maldives, fucking.
That those two Bora Bora and the Maldives are super fucking expensive. That's like big bucks to travel there.
How much would it cost to get to that motherfucker?
Oh shit, I don't know. My boy went there for his anniversary maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and
Nice.
I know he spent 15,000 on the week.
Fuck.
Yeah, between travels and hotels. But dude, he stayed on this fucking the hotel that he stayed at had like everybody had like these long like piers with these like tiki type fucking straw like it looked like a big giant like gazebo cabana and shit, but they were like individual hotel rooms like right on the water with a
Yeah,
balcony and all that shit.
yeah,
So
I
I'm
like
I'm
this type of
sure I'm
shit.
sure there's other places you can stay that are less expensive, but anybody that I heard went out there spent at least like 10-15,000 for like a week or so.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, unless I hit the lotto. Shit. But
I mean,
yeah,
well, you never know. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you never know what life could take you.
That's right.
But yeah, this is fucking. This is where I want to be, man. Look at this fucking. Look at that shit.
I
It's
can't really
beautiful.
see that shit.
Oh,
What is it?
god damn it! It's a picture of French Polynesian bullshit.
Yeah, so is that where Bora Bora and the Maldives are or no?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
I'm just trying to see if it's the right place that I'm thinking of here.
Let's take a look at this motherfucker.
What's up, Dwayne? What's up,
Uh,
Mickey?
damn, this shit is out there. It's basically like the same distance between America and Hawaii as is South America to French Polynesia. I don't know. It's off the
Hmm.
coast of fucking all that bullshit there. It's just more south of Hawaii, way south.
Well, so
Uh,
what's the answer? Is that fucking Bora Bora in the Maldives or not?
I'm,
You
I'm
telling me
looking.
about some other shit.
Oh yeah, Bora Bora. I see it. Yeah, it's so Bora Bora is
It
yeah part of French
it's
Polynesia.
part of it.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know where it's at. Then yeah, I got you.
it's by the Society
Yeah,
Islands. They
that's
call.
that's the South Pacific.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, South Pacific. Yeah, in the middle
Yeah,
of
no, it's
fucking
beautiful
nowhere.
out there. Yeah, my
Yeah,
boy said it was fucking incredible.
it's exotic shit.
I know him and his wife had a real good time out there. That's all I know. I think he said that was his favorite place that he's traveling. He goes all over the fucking place. He spends all his money on fucking traveling and shit like that. He always
Well,
goes
you
somewhere
gotta live it
crazy.
up, man. Yeah, if
He
you can
yeah, he likes
afford it.
Aruba. He said fucking Aruba's his favorite. He had like a fucking timeshare out there and stuff like that.
Now you gotta boycott those motherfuckers, man. They didn't do enough to find Natalie Holloway. It's fucked up.
Well, yeah, that's South. I think that's South America. I think they're up the coast to like Venezuela or something.
No, no, he was in Aruba. He killed that girl. That was the
Yeah, I know.
Aruban
I'm
police
saying they're
covering that
off
shit
the.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying they're in South America off the coast of Venezuela.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, they are. Yeah,
Yeah.
motherfuckers, corruption, motherfuckers.
Yeah, the guy you're talking about, that Jordan Vandersloot kid that killed Natalie Holloway. Did you
Yeah.
ever see that interview he did after he got caught for killing that bitch in the hotel room in like Brazil or whatever?
Uh, was he in the car? No.
Oh, he's at the police station.
Oh, he's at the police station. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they've uploaded it on YouTube. I saw it before on here.
I saw when he was smoking weed in the car, and they had like a fucking camera in the vent for like some
Mm.
show, and he basically admitted he's like, you know that girl's dead, right? Some shit like that about Natalie Holloway. I think this might have been before the murder that he did in Peru, obviously.
Oh yeah,
But
and then in the interview after he got convicted of the Peru murder, when he knew he wasn't going to get out, he went in and agreed to fucking tell them what happened to Natalie Holloway, the unsolved murder, or whatever, and he explained, why he killed her and how he did it and where he put her, like all that shit, man.
Yeah, I remember reading about it, the details. He took a cinder block and
Yeah, he hit her with a yep.
and then put her in the ocean, and I guess the ocean took her out. She probably got eaten by sharks.
She got eaten. Yeah, she got eaten and shit. Yeah.
That's
because
crazy.
usually fucking like somewhere around here you throw them, they wind up getting bloated and come to shore eventually. But out there you're gonna get eaten by the fucking the fish and fucking shit, predatories,
Yeah, the way he told it, there's no way that she wouldn't have came back to shore. She would have came back. Unless he really swam out there, but I doubt it. I don't think he said he just pushed her out into the waves or some shit. I don't know. I feel like the waves with the current. Well, it depends what the current's doing. Maybe the current just took her out.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered regardless. He ain't gonna be able to swim with a dead fucking body. You know how fucking heavy and shit that is, let alone fucking trying to do it on land, doing it on fucking water is even fucking worse.
I think he was drunk too. I think they were both drunk.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course they fucking were. That's without question, man. That's like not even up for fucking debate.
They never found her, Mickey. They never found that girl.
Who, Holloway?
Yeah.
Nah, her body never got discovered. No.
First he said she was buried, and then when he finally spilled the beans, he said he threw her in the water after a big wave came and some shit. I don't know. What an asshole. And then 5 years to the day after he did that, he kills another girl. What an asshole.
Yeah, and that was in South America. Where was that? Chile or Peru? One of them places. Venezuela.
I think he
like
was. Where's the casinos at over there? Was it Peru? And then he fled to Chile.
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in a Peruvian jail. Yeah, so
yeah,
he did it
Peru.
in
Yeah.
Peru, and then he fled to Chile. They gave his ass up.
Crazy, man.
I think he's gonna come home soon. That piece of shit.
What do you mean? How?
I think for that murder in Chile, I think he only got like, I don't know, 27 years or something.
Oh yeah, because they have max, like anything down there, life is like 25 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is crazy.
He's already done what? 15 years already. So.
I mean, the guy's a borderline fucking serial killer. I mean, they have at least 2 bodies in 2 different countries that he killed, and who knows how many in between that he did. He never got caught
He
for.
looks demented,
I'm sure definitely a sick fuck.
I'm sure the U.S. government will come up with some excuse when he's getting ready to get released. They'll just come up with some excuse to fucking incarcerate him over here or put him on trial for something. I don't know.
Well, oh yeah, because what you're saying is that he was never tried or convicted of the crime.
Yeah, no, he only got convicted of extorting the mother, Holloway mother, for like 20 grand or something.
Yeah,
but that's running concurrent with his sentence in Peru, I think. So.
Well, the United States or Aruba, whatever, they might be waiting on him to, finish that sentence to indict him and fucking smoke him because there's no statute of limitations on a fucking murder.
Yeah.
They might be doing that on purpose to guarantee that he ain't gonna fucking ever come out. He probably has like a hold on him or something, like, like immigration hold.
He's a demented sick fuck.
Yeah, well, yeah, without question. And like I said, I'm sure there's other fucking victims too. He just didn't get fucking caught for them,
Yeah, there's gotta be. That guy's pure evil.
Oh, he's up there, man.
You can see it in his face. There's something wrong with the shape of his head too. He's probably got some brain defect or something. He's got a weird shaped head.
Well, I remember that case, the Natalie Holloway in public. I mean, that was a huge fucking like world fucking news, man. That shit was everywhere. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody that is over the age of like 35 that doesn't know about that.
Yeah, that was a big case. And the father, I think the father helped him with some shit.
Well, yeah, because his dad was like the fucking president or governor or fucking whatever the hell it's called out there.
Yeah.
I think he was from like the Netherlands or Dutch or something like that. Yeah. And his father was a big, either politician or president or whatever the fuck it was where they live. So he definitely pulled strings to fucking help him out.
Or he might have been a police chief or something. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I forgot.
Yeah, I think he was in the government, some high up in the government.
Yeah. Some
I
said
don't.
he had
It's so
friends with a
long ago, I
boat.
might forget. Huh?
Some people said they got a boat and they took her out there deep.
I mean,
That's
that
why
would
she
make
never
more sense
washed on
than him just
shore.
dumping. Yeah, that
Yeah.
would make more sense. That would make more sense.
Mickey boy. He's gonna be extradited to the USA after Chile.
I believe that. Who said that? Somebody saying that?
Tony Buick said that in the chat.
I believe that. I agree with Tony. I'm pretty sure that that's he. But like I said, he probably has some type of hold. So as soon as he gets released, he's gonna get picked up by immigration.
Yeah. What's he gonna do in fucking society anyway? Except
Oh yeah, they should just
potentially kill
kill.
again.
Yeah, they should just kill that guy because he's gonna wind up. If he gets out, he's gonna wind up murdering somebody else. The sick fucks.
Yeah, that's
They
all he
can't help
knows.
themselves, you know.
Nah, he has no limitations.
Well, the thing is, though, is that realistically, they do have limitations, unless they're like somebody that specifically just kills women or girls and shit. Because think about it. I mean, a lot of these guys wind up going to prison and doing fucking 20, 30 fucking years. They don't ever wind up killing nobody in there.
Yeah.
So it's like an opportunity fucking thing and a power thing they have, you know, and they ain't gonna be able to get away with that in fucking jail. So that's why people like that shouldn't be fucking allowed into society. They're fucking demented,
They
you
prey
know?
on the predators. They prey on people.
Yeah,
They
they're
know who
playing
to
on
prey on.
vulnerabilities and
Yeah.
weaknesses, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. Somebody should do what they did to that other guy and give him the fucking firing fucking squad or whatever the fuck it was in.
Oh, did you hear about this? This is a touchy subject, but did you hear
What?
about the new Air Force cadet, 18-year-old girl, beautiful? She was out in a
No.
lake in Texas canoeing, and
Mm-hmm.
then an illegal immigrant came on a jet ski and ran her over and killed her. And then she came to shore, and then her family grabbed her and they knew what happened, so they tried to hide her and get her out of there, before the cops came, and she fled and
Right.
shit. I mean, fuck, man, what a scenario. I mean, so now I think the governor of Texas said that he's looking for the death penalty.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
As it was illegal, you're saying?
Yeah, an illegal immigrant ran over a 18-year-old Air Force cadet.
Oh,
She
wow.
just graduated from the academy, and she was about to
Jesus.
start training. And
That's crazy.
yeah, and then the whole family. You got to see the family cursing people out, yelling, to get her out of there so she could get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I saw the governor said something about the death penalty. They're gonna be looking to get that. They already caught the girl who did it.
Yeah, how they want to
So
do that?
I don't know. They had her picture. It was on video. It was out there on the internet. So they
Oh,
just tracked
I
her
got
fucking
you.
down.
Mm-hmm.
Some young girl from Venezuela. So the governor said he's seeking the death penalty down there. He said, "Welcome to Texas." Some shit like that.
Yeah, they
Eh,
don't play around down there,
No, they
bro.
don't fuck around in Texas. Don't they have the highest execution rate? If I'm not mistaken,
I don't know, but if they do, if you told me they did, I'd believe you.
I think at least once a month,
I wouldn't be
maybe
surprised.
twice. Yeah, I think it's maybe once a week. Shit, who knows?
Yeah, that's crazy. There's been people that have been on death row for 30, 40 years that have been sitting there, you know?
That's crazy. They really
Yeah,
make
I
you
mean,
sweat it out.
well, no, what it is that, we have, statutes and laws and shit in this country where people get, have to exhaust all their fucking appeals and do all
Yeah.
that shit before, you know what I'm saying? Because the last thing you want to do is execute somebody and then it turns out afterwards that they were fucking innocent. Then you got a big fucking problem on your hands.
So
So,
you gotta wait to see what time, let time go by, see if anything new comes up. Maybe
hmm
advances in technology and shit that could prove innocence.
which has happened quite often,
Yeah.
especially in the last 20 years.
That's another thing. Trump pardoned, well, I think he commuted Larry Hoover, the founder of the GDs. Yeah, he's got a few murders. How will this benefit society? I don't know,
When's he
man.
getting out?
I don't know if he's getting out because he also has state murder charges, I think. He's commuted with the feds, but the state don't gotta let him go, I don't think. So he might get sent. He might get transferred to a state facility. I don't know, which he might be mad about. Maybe he's already comfortable where he's at. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be in the feds than be in the state. That's for sure.
Unless he's getting his freedom, that's a different story. But you're right. How does that benefit society? I don't think it does. It's just about basically mercy. It's a tradition from the president to show mercy to criminals and people who broke the law, to show boundless mercy. It's also, I guess, some woke people might say it's racial reckoning. Gotta let him free. It's not his fault. It's a racist country. It's America's fault.
Yeah.
The white
When
man
in
made him
doubt, pull the race card.
Yeah, that's part of it. Does he deserve it? No, he created a fucking gang that was, had a pretty bad effect on Chicago for past 40 years, probably 30 years, 40 years. Even a judge told him, like, you had charisma, you were smart. You could have, went down the straight and narrow path, and you used your gift by God for evil. And then he sentenced him for the murders and all the other shit. Because, the judge said it's amazing how you're running this gang from prison, and what you've built up here. The judge tells him this. This is crazy.
Yeah.
And now he's getting a fucking pardon, this cocksucker, a fucking criminal mastermind. I guess everybody deserves second chances, but what about the people he killed? And what about the countless thousands of brothers out there who got murdered in a hail of gunfire representing his bullshit on GD,
Yeah, I got a feeling they don't give a fuck.
Look what happened to FBG Duck banging that shit. They lit his ass up like a firecracker.
Lit him up like a Christmas tree.
Shit. Broad daylight. And he's out there creating that type of shit. Just like Tukey Williams, they was fighting for Tukey. Meanwhile, Tukey was a stone cold crip. He started that gangster shit, robbing liquor stores, killing poor fucking liquor store owners and shit. Nah. Can't get away with that shit, boy. Nobody cares about their feelings.
I mean, those guys are
Tukey got a
basically,
name,
they're basically menaces to society, dangerous because people will fucking crash out for them,
Yeah. They're basically cult leaders.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Like those type of guys. I mean, they invented this shit. Take a chill pill. Hoover isn't being released. He still has 200 years to serve in state prison. All right, good. So what's the point in commuting? Why even bother? It's not a good look. Why even bother then? He's still going to be locked up. So what's the point? Why would Trump do such a thing? I don't know. It's his choice. Look, Biden did worse.
Well, he might be eligible for parole after a set amount of time. He did a whole bunch of it, so they might like prorate it or something,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know too much about the case, but it's a possibility.
He'd be better off in the federal system.
Yeah, the feds are better than the state.
Yeah, I heard you'd have a better time over there, more comfortable.
Yeah, if you're at a lower camp or something, yeah.
He might have given him a death sentence. State, maybe somebody says, "Hey, man, fuck, man, I want, he's a trophy." Maybe somebody stab his ass up. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it works both ways.
Gang banging and shit. Texas has executed 593 people, making it the state with the highest execution rate. Fuck, man. That's half of 1,000. 593 so far.
This year?
Oh, not this year. No, I think in its history.
Oh.
Shit, I don't know.
That's
Wait,
not. That's not that many people.
no, you don't think so? We're a young
In the
country.
entire history of the fucking penal code.
Let's think about that. Let's give it. When was fucking Texas made? 1840? Who the fuck knows? Let's
Well,
say
that's what I mean. It's been well over a fucking
180
100
years.
years.
Let's say
Yeah.
that's how many? Well,
3 a year.
that sounds about right. I don't know.
Like I
It
said,
feels
that's
like
not
they
that
ramped it
much.
up recently. Well, they took breaks,
Not that
didn't they?
much compared to the population, is what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's what, you know.
And plus, they let these assholes rot for like 15, 20, 25 years before they cook them or whatever.
Well, yeah, because I told you they have to go through their appeals.
Yeah.
Could take you fucking 10 years to fucking get an appeal, or even see a fucking case or a judge on
Yeah.
it.
So we're talking about a decade or two, quarter century. That shit adds up, especially in a 180-year history. Ah, whatever. Who cares?
I mean, some of those people probably would be better off just getting fucking clipped. You know,
Right?
they might fucking actually not even give a fuck
Well,
at
what do
that
you think
point.
about these assholes now? They like to choose the firing squad now. They think it's better than the lethal injection. If you had to choose, it's a morbid thing, but if you had to choose electric chair, the needle, or the fucking firing squad, which one would you choose?
None of them.
Well, they say when the firing squad hits them, these motherfuckers moan out in pain, and it takes them a few minutes. You know, I know they regret it after making that decision. After it already goes down, it's too late. But I'm sure they regret it. I guess I would take the injection. I guess they put you to sleep, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sorry, you know, can't say. I don't have
Yeah.
a tr- I don't
No,
have a selection off
they
the
had
top of
two
my head.
guys recently choose that, and I'm like, why the fuck would they choose that? It's better than the
Maybe they
electric
thought it,
chair, but what the fuck?
maybe they thought it was the easier way to go. I don't know. Figure shot in the headlights out. You're not just sitting there waiting for this thing to go drip in your arm. You're squirming and shit. At least if they shot you, you don't even know it's coming. You just hear a bang, and then you're pretty much lights out.
Nonchalant about people being put to death, wouldn't you say? Yeah, but these aren't just regular folks. These aren't innocent people on the prairie, fucking, having a picnic. These were assholes that were fucking up the picnics, wearing fucking potato sacks on their head and killing innocent people like the Zodiac killer and shit. All right, these aren't no fucking innocent people. All right, for the most part, they were convicted of horrible crimes,
Heinous.
heinous crimes that the only way to have a deterrent in society is to get rid of these cocksuckers and make sure it's known that this is what happens when you harm other people, innocent people.
I
The
mean, yeah,
government.
if they got when somebody gets convicted, they should automatically, get their appeals or a certain amount of time to frame. And then after that, they should just fucking put them down if that's what the thing is, and just get it
Yeah,
over with. I mean, it's
exactly.
whether or not you agree or disagree with the death penalty, but I mean, what else? Uh, Somebody's that big of a dirtbag. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm conflicted about it too with the death penalty, but at the same time, some people deserve it, man. Some people got it coming for what they did, and they
Yeah,
have
like
no
these
remorse.
fucking rapists, fucking serial killing scumbags that are murdering 90-year-old women and barring them and all that shit. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, they
Fuck
don't
them.
deserve. They forfeit their life in society.
Yeah, and then you're breaking your back, you're working and shit, and you're paying money to fucking keep these guys fucking alive, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And apparently they don't deserve it. I mean, I would just hold that for like the really egregious fucking scumbags, not just somebody that has like one murder or something, whatever the fucking. I mean, it has
Well,
to meet
even
like some type of criteria.
like, all right, so let's take Jodi Arias for example. I think she did overkill
Mm.
that warrants the death penalty. She only had one body, but I think it was so heinous that it was death penalty eligible. She should have got it, But she
Well, that's what
did
I'm
it.
saying. The heinous, the viciousness of the crime should be taken into account.
Yeah.
What they did, are they remorseful, how they, you know what I'm saying? All that shit's got to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're always going to find people agree, disagree on that one. It's a touchy subject.
God damn it.
You'll never get everybody to agree to that. I know that for a fact.
We're going to shove J. Edgar Hoover up somebody's ass. Pause. I don't know, man. It's getting late. You want to get out of here?
Yeah. I'm tired, man. I'll
Yeah.
pass out, bro.
I appreciate you coming on, brother. As always.
All right, my man. Have a good night. Everybody in the chat, have a good night, guys.
Thank you,
Catch
Common.
y'all on the next one. Later.
Oh, man. All right, guys. I want to thank Howie, Common Sense, Tony Buick for coming on the show. I want to give a shout out to Templar, the anonymous person who sent me a Venmo. Danny Green, Sven Larson, DL, of course, Bella. Thank you, Bella. Fat Bold Italian, my man. Falcor, good to see you tonight. Haven't seen you in a while, Falcor. Yeah, thank all of you. And thank you guys out there for watching. I hope you hit the like button. I hope you enjoyed the show. We covered a lot of topics. We'll be live tomorrow. And so stay tuned. Yeah. Execution boy. Worried about the executions, boy. Everybody went silent after the execution shit, huh? You don't want to think about that shit, huh? You better stay out of trouble, boy. Stay out of trouble. Mind your business out there. Keep your ass off of death row. Shouts to Mickey Griggs. Tony Buick, boy. Thank you, Tony Buick. He's always a wealth of knowledge, this guy, man. Very knowledgeable. Yeah, shouts to Tony Buick, man. Biggie Smalls, boy. Need a baby. Need a baby. Jay Dams. Hold on. Did I thank DL? Did I thank DL? Thank you, DL. Why do I feel like I skipped DL here, man? Motherfucker. Yeah, so y'all have a wonderful night now. Yeah, he is a wealth of knowledge. Yeah, my man. All right, guys. Until next time. Peace. Yeah.